faculty members, and fellow students. With a profound sense of honor and respect, I, Harsh, along with my co host Suvidha, proudly representing Amity School of Engineering and Technology, extend a heartfelt welcome to each one of you to the X Connect Internship Fair 2024. We are deeply pleased to have you all with us today. As you all know, this year's theme is Industry Internship Gateway to Professional Career. Industry internships provide hands on experience, networking opportunities, and practical skills crucial for launching a successful professional career in various fields. It offers valuable insights into industry practices, enhances skill development, and can lead to potential job offers post graduation. It's a stepping stone towards building a successful and fulfilling career path. We are excited to have you here today and firmly believe that this opportunity will offer profound insights and exposure to everyone present here.
Amity University, as a leading world class institution, is committed to provide its students with a robust industry academia linkage and a platform for empirical inquisition. We are privileged to collaborate with the industry in hosting this insightful session where we aim to bridge the gap between academia and the dynamic industrial world. It's with great pleasure and honor that I welcome Professor Dr. Madhuri Kumari Ma'am, Deputy Director of Placements and Industry Relations at Amity School of Engineering and Technology. With a wealth of knowledge and experience, Professor Dr. Madhuri Kumari boasts many achievements. With that being said, I request ma'am to kindly address the gathering and shed more light on the theme of today's event. Over to you, ma'am.
Can we have a huge round of applause?
Thank you, students. I think you need to save this energy for our industry experts. And thank you so much for when I see at your beaming face, it gives me so much of energy and telling me that what we are doing is completely aligned to what you're expecting. A very good morning to each one of you in this hall. A warm welcome to Mr. Jeevan Sani and Ms. Dr. Koninika Ray. I am so thankful today as we enter into the third year of collaboration with OHSL and present to you this internship opportunity by OHSL. OHSL, I am sure, before coming to this hall, you all must have gone through this website looking for what exactly is the offer, what exactly is the field, what exactly is organization doing. Have you all? Okay, many of you. So that sounds all the more better. Okay. So what I would like to tell you is about the what are the opportunity that you are going to get from this OHSL team out here. Thank you, sir, for joining in. Open Health System Laboratory. This, what I'm reading for you is some of the excerpt from the website of OHSL. It has been conceived to build global team science consortia by leveraging the best biomedical informatics, information, and communication technology. They have technical expertise to utilize the latest development in information technology, including informatics, natural language processing, data collection, and mining to bring solution to their clients. And the clients are mainly around healthcare. What is exciting about the project that OHSL does is that they are connecting to the best of the healthcare practitioner in the world. NIH, I'm sure most of you must have heard about it. One of the leading healthcare in USA, the government organization per se, is one of the very important client of OHSL. Now that's one part of it. The other part is that the number of organizations with whom they work. The top of mind that I can think of is starts from Google, Intel, Elation, and the list is limitless. The top of the organization, they bring together to provide the solution in the most required healthcare area. Cancer is something that they are working very, very predominantly, and the other areas that they have started working very recently is natural language processing, specifically for Sanskrit language, which was being explained yesterday. You all know there are a lot of information in this scriptures about our ancient medicines and many more things, right? So it becomes a very great input for us. Now the question is, how do we understand or how do we make it available to the public all across the world? So that's something that they are working on. Similarly, they have also got into not only the allopathy part, but also in the Ayurveda part of how prevention or how the better care, the care improvement can be done for the cancer and other areas as well. They are penetrating into different healthcare areas. They are covering countries where it is most, where the technology is yet to reach, but they are the ones who are suffering a lot when it comes to these diseases. So you can see the opportunity, the vastness of opportunity that OHSL will provide to you. Technology, the country, the organization with which you can work with, and they are also working with several universities, top class universities. You get a chance to be a part of that team where you have students, the professors, the doctors, and I think now you have the list in your mind yourself, right? In India, they are very actively working with Tata Cancer Institute and All India Institute of Medical Sciences, AIMS. Uh, Already there are projects and they have offered us opening for internship for master's degree students who are working in data science and artificial intelligence, who could be part of that project, which is being executed under doctor team of doctor at AIMS. So we have that opening as well. But today we have with us Mr. Jeevan Sani, who is going to be talking about more of telesynergy as a product, which OHSL is working very rigorously, and they are going to be launching it anytime now, and where they need interns to be working on this product. That is one of the project, of course, but there are several other projects. Dr. Korenika is going to brief you about the computational integration required for in the Ayurveda field. So these are the two projects that they will be talking about, and then we keep talking from here as we start. So with that note, my dear students, I think I have said the context. You know it all already about OHSL. So be ready, keep your eyes and ear open to understand what are the opportunities. As I said, towards the end, we will take the registration. Whoever is interested will take you further through the internship drive. Thank you once again for joining, and thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. So we have been joined by Professor Dr. Manoj Kumar Pandey, sir, Director of Amity School of Engineering and Technology, and may we request few words from his side before we hand over the platform to Mr. Jeevan Sani. So you can understand the excitement. You know, I am not able to contain it. Thank you so much for your patient hearing. So over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Madhuri. And we have already spoken a lot. I'll not take much time today. In fact, this is just to welcome uh, our guests, industry guests this morning, and our own friends. In fact, we had a long association with this company OHSL, and we have started one center of excellence, and in the form of telesynergy, which very soon it will come into being, and through which we will engage our students, especially those who want to work in the area of artificial intelligence and machine learning, for various projects. And we are very thankful to Mr. Jeevan. He used to come to our campus frequently to do the assessment of our final year project. And this company has already shortlisted our final year student projects, 14 projects like that, to whom they want to handhold and they want to take it further. So this engagement association with OSSL is a long-term association, and they are kind enough that every year they are taking these interns from our university and putting them the real-time projects, which are very challenging and very important, as already being introduced by Dr. Madhuri, uh, especially in the area of healthcare and how it has been implementation and how we can further resolve on issues related to healthcare. So I will not take much time with this. Again, once again, I would welcome Mr. Jeevan and Dr. Konika to the MET School of Engineering and Technology this morning. And to you again, all the best. And as I said, every day morning, a small booster dose will require to you, that every day uh, to be prepared and acquire the skills, every skill that, as I told yesterday also, these 7 days will be a kind of preparation for you, preparation for your future. And now this is a transformation from your academic uh, aspects to the professional aspects, where you are transforming yourself, because for the initial 5 semesters or the 6 semester, you are engaged in studying the subjects related to your courses, your field, and your domain. Now is the time to apply knowledge, knowledge, that laboratory knowledge that you have done, to the experiential one. And these type of programs, these type of training sessions, and rather than this type of placement sessions, I will call it, in fact, will help you to proceed further in this direction. And as I said, immediate after this semester, again we are going to sit together like this. And that time, the actual industries are coming, visiting, and they want to take you uh, for their job roles. So this, keep in this up, keep this motto up, keep this excitement up, as said by Dr. Madhuri just before. This excitement should continue, and let us make it reality. When you move to the 7th semester in the beginning, we will all work again similar way, and that time for your career progression. So my best wishes for all the sessions that we are having across the 3 4 days, and participate that your own. I mean, we should not tell that you come to the auditorium or go to that place and this place and that. It should be your from your within inside. It should be come, and you should yourself come and associate and assemble wherever it is being asked for. And that message system, we had very strong message system. We are sending the message through WhatsApp, through mails, and through any other media that we can do. So my best wishes again. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your insightful words. Jeevan sir is an IT entrepreneur and entrepreneur with 30 plus years of experience in global IT organization. Sir is a distinguished expert in blockchain, Web3, and fintech with over 3 decades of industry experience. Leads Prolitus Technologies as CEO, driving innovation in blockchain adoption, NFTs, and more. As an advisor at Sophical Technologies, he shapes blockchain product development and establishes centers of excellence. He excels in mentoring, technology leadership, executing IT strategies for multinational banks, and leading large scale IT transformation programs. May we please have the honor of having you on the dais, sir?
Hi, good morning. Good morning. Can you hear me? while they are setting it up. Seeing all of you, maybe 100 plus, I'm transported back 35 years when I was one of you, and there were, series of people. There were many people like me talking here, telling us about our internship opportunities and what we should do, what we should not do with our career. I'm sure many of you might be thinking, I want to work in artificial intelligence, I want to work here, I want to work there, blockchain, IoT devices integration, so on and so forth. Let me be very honest with you. Work is work, hard work is hard work, and there is no substitution to hard work. Come what may, pick it up with all honesty, give your best, and trust me, you will learn. Because these 4 5 years, internship, and the first few years of your career are really going to shape. I started my career with Ranbaxy, was working there in their IT department for about 5 7 months, and then I got a break with Citibank. I'll come here. It's okay? You can hear me? So I got a break with Citibank, and that is where my career kind of got launched. Whatever I am today, temperament wise, personality wise, and all, it all got shaped up in City. And trust me, I started my career with, a little bit of a testing and all, and then moved on to mainframes, assembly language, so on and so forth. And today, after about 35 years, I can talk about blockchain, I can talk about AI, ML, and all so on and so forth. So it's all the experience that I have gathered over the years. Well, without much ado, I would like a lot of interactive session with you all. So ask me any questions and I'll be more than happy to answer all of them. Does not have to be with the OHSL, does not have to do with telesynergy. If they are, fantastic. If they aren't and you have some generic questions to ask, based on my experience, I'll be more than happy to answer them. Fair enough? Well, I think Anil, you must have heard yesterday. How many of you heard Anil yesterday? So he is my colleague and partner in crime. Both of us are solid criminals looking for guys like you to be able to help us in whatever crime we are doing, which is we are busy developing products and projects for healthcare industry, ensuring that we are able to use all the latest technology that is out there. Do I understand blockchain? Does Anil understand blockchain or AI/ML? To an extent, conceptually, yes. Maybe a little bit from an architectural level as well. But we need people like you who are really going to help us do the nuts and bolts of whatever we have in our mind. Shape it up, give it a shape. All right? Perfect. So you have already heard about OHSL. I think I'll take it. So you have already heard about OHSL, right? I don't think so. I want to spend too much time. Idea is that OHSL is a not-for-profit company, primarily focusing on research in healthcare industry. As I said, trying to bring the technology into healthcare industry, blockchain, AI, ML, cyber security, integration with IoT, integration with medical devices and database, obviously that have to be IoT enabled, so on and so forth. Telesynergy is one of the key projects in OHSL. And Telesynergy is the one which is for profit. In fact, we have already incorporated a company called Telesynergy Health Systems. Very soon you will actually see its logo, its name here in MIT itself, because that is the lab that we are setting up. And we will be taking interns, we'll be doing a lot of work that will help us shape this project or product. All right? Or a platform. You can give it any name. The idea, the vision is bringing same room paradigm. Now, most of you must have visited hospitals, right? Can anybody tell me what I might be saying with same room paradigm? What am I hinting? And therein lies, in these 3 words lies what exactly we want to do over next couple of years. Before we go, yes, I'm going to send the mic to you guys because I might not even go beyond this slide. If you are able to give me same room paradigm, then I'll be able to explain that in next 10 minutes. Here.
Good morning, sir.
Yeah.
Myself Farhan. Sir, same room paradigm means like if there are a group of doctors across two places, they can interact with each other as if they are in a same room and share images of MRIs, etc., which cannot be done on Skype because of low quality there.
So here, sorry, I didn't get your name.
Farhan Khan.
Farhan, thanks a lot. So he actually, there was a subsequent question which he has already answered, that you cannot use Skype or Zoom or WebEx and all for the kind of interaction two doctors may require or a group of doctors may require. Now just extrapolate this entire situation where one doctor is in India, another one is in some country in Africa, somebody is in US, in Europe, Australia, so on and so forth. The bandwidth in Delhi is different from bandwidth that you will get somewhere in Uttarakhand. AIMS has 27 centers in India. Many of them are in remote areas. Do they have same quality of connectivity that Delhi has? You go to Africa, do they have same quality of equipment, doctors, connectivity? Now I, as a doctor, have a case of, let's say, ovarian cancer. It comes to my mind because I'm working with a team or a team of doctors in AIMS. So we were just kind of, we were working on that, data related to ovarian cancer. Now I have a case of ovarian cancer. I'm not an expert, but one of my patients has ovarian cancer. I can't help it. But I know somewhere in US or in Europe or in India itself, there is an expert who actually can help me to deliver a better treatment. How do I consult today? I set up a Zoom meeting. I set up something like that. Take the image of pathology, slides and all, biopsy slides and everything, and then share it with the expert. The quality, as Farhan said, is not good enough. The expert on the other side will have to rely on their experience. They will not be able to see the quality of image as I am seeing on my system because I am viewing it through a specialized DICOM viewers which are for medical industry, and they are able to enhance or get the right, resolution out from any of the slides or any x-rays, so on and so forth, or MRI. If I had a system, telesynergy, which in the first place allows me to connect to this expert, then when the connection is established, it is able to deliver the same set of images with the same quality to the expert on the other side. Yet, my data does not go there. Remember the data protection in medical industry or banking industry? You cannot take the data. No hospital, nobody is going to give me that data. So then, how do I make sure that the other person, same room paradigm, is able to get the same quality sitting opposite their terminal, yet the data does not go there? That's telesynergy. In nutshell, it will require integration with all kind of medical devices. It will require integration with all kind of databases. It will require data security of unprecedented kind, blockchain level data security provided by that kind of a cyber security. It will require AI ML because, again, coming back to ovarian cancer, I'm going to be setting over a period of time huge amount of medical data, genomic data. I need to build predictive analytical tools so that there is a preventive measures taken instead of, when the cancer is identified in third, fourth, fifth stage. Now, again, coming back to AI ML's tool and genomic data, will anybody give their genomic data to me? No. Then anybody can think of how do I pick up the intelligence from that set of genomic data, which is not mine? Anybody? Please?
My name is David.
Good morning, sir. My name is David Nagi. I am from MTech AI. As I have watched your telesynergy video on your website, it is stated that you are giving instances of telesynergy instead of hosting it in your servers.
That is fine. But my question is that telesynergy should be able to integrate with AI ML tools, predictive analytical tools that are working on genomic data. That does not belong to me. How am I going to do that?
Sir, instead of taking the data to yourselves and then processing it, the instance can directly process the data in the server of the particular company, and it is secure.
Fantastic. Hospital. What do you call that? कोई बात नहीं. You are absolutely right. It's just that there are two words by which you call this thing. You are not able to understand. That's or you don't know those names. That's absolutely fine. Somebody, you can just say it.
So such kind of computation is edge computing.
Edge computing. Has anybody heard federated learning? You have. Fantastic. I see you and I'll remember you. Don't worry. So that's exactly what you guys are explaining. It's called federated learning. Who is going to develop those tools? And why I use the word product or a platform? Because this is a continuous development. I can't stop. Once this kind of a product is there in the market, which I sincerely hope should be there this year itself, you can't stop. Because technically, every hospital in the world, every medical practitioner in the world, every clinician is my potential customer. At least user. If they are not paying customer, they'll be using the system. Now, are you ready to work on something like that? Because that is what I'm here standing to offer you guys. I want people who are, able to have a research mindset, can't give up. Because in research, out of 10, there could be 1 or 2 successes, rest are failure. But that is our learning. If I have to integrate telesynergy with a radiology equipment which has its own database, the company could be Varian, owns almost 27, 28% or 30% of the world market, where, I don't know, in cancer, if you have heard radiotherapy, where the cancer cells and tissues are burned using radiology, right? So there are specialized equipments. The equipments will keep getting better and better. The databases will keep getting better and better. Telesynergy has to continue this process of integrating with them. Do I really know how I will be able to integrate, what kind of API sets they are having, what kind of API I have to build on my side, and how can I ensure that this connectivity is established only when I log in and I have a right credentials? So it may sound easy, but the fact is when you start taking the layers off, everything is complex, yet in delivery or in English, it's simple. I just want to connect to an equipment, it has its own database, so what? And IoT should be able to do that, right? That's what the fundamentals of IoT is all about. But then comes the incompatibility, interoperability, the API sets, which language, how do you make sure that it works year after year after year? All that backward integration, forward integration, you imagine, and I'm sure these things are not, you are not aware of it because as a theory, you don't do these things. I never did that when I did my MCA first batch, JNU, way back in 85 to 88, 1985 to 88. But when you get into the industry, these things become important. Imagine I joined Citibank and then the first thing I was told, it was very funny. I was writing a program and then my boss asked me, very senior guy, boss, what is the most important thing that you have to remember, Jeevan, when you're writing a program? And I was doing IBM, mainframe COBOL. I said it should look good, somebody should be able to read it, so on and so forth. Sab jo bhi sikha tha, I rattled everything. And he said, this program is going to do what? Then I explained to him, I was writing for credit card systems. That time in India, you didn't have credit cards at all. So I was writing for Citibank US. So I explained to him the transaction and all. He said, does the credit card belongs to you? I said, no. Whose money is on that credit card? I said, some customer. He said, wow, you said it so easily. Imagine the program is going to manage somebody else's money for somebody else somewhere in the world. And you are writing a program. Do you have any idea as to what kind of risk management or risk mitigation mindset you need to have when you're writing these programs? And that stuck with me till date. And you guys, whosoever works with us or our product, is going to make a life and death decision for somebody. Imagine I'm able to diagnose using my system, using the same room paradigm, somebody's, what are the iffy tissues, what kind of cancer it is stage 2, stage 3, stage 4, so on and so forth. Am I not relying too much on the AI/ML engine? Am I not relying too much on the product as a clinician to be able to give me the indicative? Eventually, it's my experience, but at least there will be a huge help from the system. So, whenever, and this you won't learn here, this you only learn when you start getting into your workplace. And that's why I come back to the sentences that I uttered at the start of this session. No matter what you do, from where you are and where you're going to go in next 5 years, everything is important. Nothing is bad, nothing is of less importance, because it is going to shape your career, it is going to shape your work ethics. That can be in testing, that can be in AI/ML, that can be in anything, a simple program, because eventually, even if you're working on AI/ML, you'll be writing a simple program in Python. The overall image will come after some time, right? So you'll be working on a small work package. How do you continue to work on that work package? How do you keep the overall end-to-end view of what you are doing and where that particular piece is going to be applicable? That is the mindset that you need to come with. Over to you guys, because I don't think so I have to go through the presentation, because that's what it is all about. This is important. Why am I so, uh, excited about telesynergy? And this is just an indicative figures. 2022 market was 83.5 billion US dollar approximately. And by 2030, it is going to be 455 billion, almost 24% CAGR, cumulative annual growth rate. Huge industry, huge money spinner. So for all of us who wants to do good work and also wants money, who doesn't? I want still. It's a good area to be in. All right. Like in our times, we used to say, you get into a bank, life is done. 7 months, I was in Citibank. I felt ki life to ban gayi bas. It's a continuous learning, right? We already have telesynergy. We have implemented it once, 20 years back, old technology. Didn't work like a song because we didn't have the connectivity like we have today. We didn't have AI/ML as matured as it is today. We didn't have blockchain, so on and so forth. So therefore, this is a second attempt at telesynergy. And guess what? I have a working MVP. I don't want to call it MVP, but when we are standing in front of an investor, there is no other word. So minimum value proposition system is already ready. We have proven that, okay, I'll stop, I'll step back. A typical collaborative system building in telesynergy has to have a audio video engine underneath it, right? It has to allow you to talk. So we have taken a core software from somewhere, we have embedded it into telesynergy, and that's MVP. You can actually use MVP just as you're using Zoom and others. It'll record, it'll do everything. It'll do much more than what Zoom and WebEx can do, because then certain aspects which are very applicable to medical industry, we have already incorporated that. It can talk to a hospital management system. It can talk to a DICOM viewer so that you can see the slides in their quality. It can already talk to one pathology system. One pathology system. There are hundreds, thousands in the world. Telesynergy work, once gets implemented in one hospital anywhere in the world, will never ever stop. Never. And that is what I have to offer to you guys. All right. Let me see if there is any other piece of information that I need to share. Otherwise, we have already spoken about that. Applications of telesynergy. This is, I have already said, we have already developed these features. All right. This is what is roadmap at a very high level. Very, very high level. All right. I will share. These slides will be with you. It's actually already part of MIT. All right. I think that's about it. Technology. For those who actually are interested in technology, MERN, Node.js, React, Bootstrap, API, Postgres, IPFS. IPFS, how many of you know IPFS? Perfect. बोलेंगे ऐसे just stand up and say why IPFS in this project? That would be the fantastic question, right? Yeah. Just repeat.
Sir, IPFS stands for Interplanetary File System. It is used in blockchain. In blockchain technology, we can't access file systems like how we do in normal languages.
Absolutely.
So we always have to have a hash code where we can access that particular data.
I think he has already stated enough paucity of time, but you are absolutely 100% correct. I have to use IPFS, but then the decision is you can't put everything on IPFS. Now, these are new file systems, secured, interplanetary file systems. There is no data limit. But the search mechanism is going to be specific. So therefore, what data goes on IPFS, what data goes on normal database, all those kind of decisions is part and parcel of our future journey, right? But that is the technology we're going to use. IoT integration. What is the cross platform? Yeah, what's that? Python, right? Flutter. Flutter is there. Python I have not written, but of course you will require Python. So from a technology perspective, these are the base technologies we are going to use. But trust me, when you start opening up, I gave you an example of integrating with Varian radiology. I don't know if any of these languages will help me to develop an API there or not. You may have to pick up something else, some other technology, because the Varian is mandating that. I can't ask them to change their system. But I want telesynergy in next 4 to 5 years reach a stage where if Varian makes a new equipment, they come to us and they say, please integrate it with my equipment, and they say telesynergy enabled. Now I need your help to be able to reach that stage where everybody knows that there is a collaborative tool, product in the market, a global tool called telesynergy, and any new equipment manufacturer in the world will have to come and make sure that it is enabled, the integration is enabled right on day one. Today, most of you, maybe all of you, use Microsoft, and this is my last pitch today. After that, open to question. Whenever you have a new printer attached to your what do you call it, operating system or your laptop, and the operating system senses it, it automatically loads the driver, right? And then it is immediately compatible. Telesynergy has to have that plug and play facility. You attach a new equipment because while it was under manufacturing, we picked up all the details and we have already kind of done a driver and we have done all integration ready. The moment any hospital buys it or any institution buys it, plugs it into this system, telesynergy senses it and updates its driver set. So that for a doctor whose main aim is to save lives, has absolutely no time for technology or learning new technology, it should be as simple as plug and play. No, it sounds simple, but it's not that simple. That's why research mindset, Failure is only a stepping stone to learning and doing something better. All right? I'm done. Any questions? Otherwise, I'll hand over to Dr. Monik. Oh, Karnataka. Sorry. Somebody has to help. Yeah, please. There's a question with him.
Good morning, sir.
Very good morning.
Paritosh Mittal. I'm from BTech IT. Actually, sir, I wrote a paper on the proposition on smart healthcare system and published in IEEE. So there was a proposal system where we integrate all the data means like a patient visit a doctor and he suggests some treatment, some lab reports to be done and medicines. So what if we integrate those things like if a person was given to for an MRI, so doctors directly give their directly link their server with the MRI systems, and the person when visit that lab and done their MRI, that lab directly send their report to the doctor. That's I think save a lot of time, and also the doctor will process or integrate some AI models so that it or before reaching the patient there they can process that data and then give some their predictions and other things.
Sorry, I didn't get your name.
Paritosh Mittal.
Partosh. Partosh, your question is actually long and there are it's actually have a lot of sub questions in it. So let's go one by one. And I think it will answer, you can take a seat, please. It'll answer maybe many questions that you might have. Integrating with a hospital management system, right? That was the first. Anybody knows what India is coming up with, like Aadhaar card? A common platform for all your medical records. As an example, does anybody know? Abha. So if Abha is going to be having your medical records at a centralized level. Now, how secure it is and all, I'm not going to go there. But it's already in works, being implemented at least all government hospitals. So telesurgery should be able to integrate with ABHA. What did I say? Global system. You never know it's running on a cloud. Tomorrow, if I do blockchain decentralized computing, you never know where it is running also. It might be implemented in a cloud in India, but when the program is running, when the executable is running, you don't know on which server, which machine it is running because it's a decentralized computing. With that, can I get access to that data, Abha data, for example? Maybe your record is in Abha. Can I get access to that record as a record, or I can have only a read access?
Sir, there can be some things like there's like when you go visit a doctor, you first get an appointment. At that time, you can get the patient's Aadhaar card and details, and we can.
I'm saying your Abha record is already there. Whatever is required to create an Abha record, done. Can TeleSynergy have an access to your Abha record? I made a very generic question, and there's a reason for it.
No, sir. Because
No,
security.
because TeleSynergy is a global system. Why should Indian government give the data of an Indian citizen to a system which is actually may not be Indian, may not be executing on an Indian server, right? But I need access. So what happens is if your doctor wants to share your data, then he or she will have access to your data because he's your doctor. He or she is your doctor. TeleSynergy will be used by the doctor. TeleSynergy will make sure that the data is read, transmitted, but not copied. So it doesn't leave. That's the first answer to your first part of the question. Second, same applies to any intelligence that you're building into the system. It picks up, infers the intelligence and not the data. That's federated learning,
Yes, sir.
right? The result of this entire interaction is stored in an IPFS, which is secured by blockchain security. So that's where blockchain comes into picture. If your data is complex and it has MRI and some kind of a pathology screening and all, Then the integration with DACOM viewers comes into picture because they are the one that are going to render the image in its princely quality. And that's where those integrations come into picture. Because over a period of time, you will be building this kind of a data, or your own doctor sitting in AIMS has access to the entire Indian genomic data of ovarian cancer, right? Therefore, telesynergy should be able to send a what do you call it? I don't even know. A program, a small executable there.
Model type API report.
Exactly, a kind of a robot, right? It goes, reads that genomic data, picks up if there is any change, any intelligence, and brings it out. That's telesynergy. And that's telesynergy at a global level. All right?
Yes, sir.
I hope I have answered your question.
Yes, sir.
Any questions?
Good morning, sir. Sir, I'm Nandini. I'm a BTech third year CSE student. I'm currently studying in data science and AI/ML projects. Sir, my question for you is, sir, around 1.5 years ago, my grandmother was diagnosed with stage 4 cancer in uterus cancer, and the treatment is undergoing at the moment. But the issue is, she had started showing the symptoms around 2 years ago, and while we were taking her for checkups and everything, they couldn't detect the stage 1 and stage 2 respectively. While I was researching on this, I have made an ML project based on breast cancer prediction as a part of ML projects. I noticed that the data sets are mostly focusing on stage 3 and stage 4 cancer results and not on stage 1, stage 2. So my question for you is there any technological advancement in detecting stage 1, stage 2? And if yes, will us as interns would be able to help in that project? Thank you.
Nandini, you transported me back, sit down, to my home where my mom-in-law has certain conditions, stays with us. See, again, you talked about data sets, and I don't know, I haven't accessed, but this is where the medical experts part of our team will help us in terms of recognizing anywhere this kind of a data set is there or not. Now, you're absolutely right. Stage 1, stage 2, even stage 3 at times is difficult because there aren't many data sets on which the predictive analytical tools can work. But let's go a step back. You don't even have the predictive analytical tools today. So even if you had a stage 1, stage 2 data sets, what are you going to run on them? How are you going to use that intelligence which is hidden somewhere in that data sets, right? But I come to another issue. My mom-in-law, why I transported there, has a certain rarest of rare disease. It's an autoimmune disease called Sjogren, right? Sjogren, it's a German name, so G with two dots on top of it. And Uh, eventually, it has 85% symptoms of rheumatic arthritis. So she got treated for rheumatic arthritis 3 years, and then eventually something happened, and we discovered it's not rheumatic arthritis, it's Sjogren. Sjogren develops into lymphoma, which is cancer of lymph nodes. It did develop for her into lymphoma. Stage 4, it got detected. Thankfully, lymphoma that she had is curable, so it got cured. But then it has impact on the bones, so on and so forth. Osteomyelitis, she got it. Can come with Sjogren, and it did happen. So now I'm talking of 22 to 23 years of history, and look at the progress. It got detected in Chennai, Apollo. So initial treatment at Apollo. Then the cancer got detected 2014, Vedanta. Then we shifted to Noida. So her subsequent checking and all happens in JP. Plus, because of other conditions, her thoughts are at Gangaram. Today, if anything happens, like she fell down, she broke her right arm. Went to JP. My wife has to carry the entire history in her head and some this big. If JP had telesynergy and they put Asha Mathur as her name, they put her name, whatever identity. Should I not be able to get the entire history of 23 years and there is a doctor who can look at it and he say, okay, fine, I won't give this painkiller, I won't do this, I won't do that. That facility is not there today. And that is what we want to build. That's why the market is raw. It's open. What better way to explain underneath? So that's what it is. Now, the point is, if the data sets are, even if the data sets are there, I don't have the routines or the analytical routines to run on them and get that predictive analytics out. Genomic data that I keep talking about, no country will give it, no hospital will give it, but I have to have how my routines, how do they get matured? I have to have access to the data. Any more questions? Nani, I hope I have answered. I think Dr. Korenika is waiting. Can she finish her and then we can have a common question answer session? Will that be fine? Yeah, we have started about 20-25 minutes late, so I'm going to request that we'll extend that. Is that fair? Perfect. Thank you. Yeah, over to you.
Thank you, sir, for such an informative address. It's with great pleasure that we extend a warm welcome to Dr. Kanonika Ray, our distinguished guest, oversees biomedical research at OHSL through collaborative scientific programs. Her research interests lie in the area of Ayurveda and cancer. She was also awarded the Young Scientist Award by the Indian Immunology Society and Young Scientist Fellowship by the Department of Science and Technology, Government of India. Ma'am, please. While we figure this out. What's up? On the other hand, I can just look at it and talk and it need not be presented. I can give you a presentation to distribute later. I think we'll save some time. You can text me. It's okay. So good morning, everyone. So I was here yesterday online, and I was listening to all the other industry partners and all of you watching it. It was a great learning experience for me as well. And also I know that you have had a lot of advice from a lot of people. So I'm not going to tell you about what you need to do, except that just do what you are really interested in and take up projects that you feel that you would be passionate about and would draw your interest. And stick with it, as he said, through failures, because research is not easy and it takes a long time to come to some definite answers. So you have heard a lot about OHSL. So I had some initial slides to tell you about OHSL. I don't need to tell you, except that one of the goals of OHSL is to work with young students, young researchers, interns. Because what we want to do is to develop a platform where young people can come with their ideas, whether they're with an institution or not with an institution, it doesn't matter. But you have a good idea, you want to follow it up, you come to OHSL, we build a team around you. And our team is not country specific or continent specific. Wherever there is an expertise, we join up with them and we build large consortia and we work. And within consortia, there can be many projects that come up. So my area and my interest is really in the area of biomedicine. I'm more a trained biotechnologist and a virologist. So I have no computational background. And in fact, whenever any computer language comes up, I just close it and say, I'll ask so and so to explain it to me later. And
how does it come in? So that's where you all come in. So you come in because now we cannot work in silos. We need to integrate our work together. We need to, you have bioinformatics has been around where computational inputs have always been there. So we all need to work together. Now it's all about data. The data, without data, data is power, whether you're a politician, whether you're an individual seeking answers, or whether you're in research. And research data is very, very important now, particularly in biomedicine, as in others. So we have multiple consortia. And would you prefer a slide presentation or should I just speak? Anything works. Okay. So basically, we have several consortia in the area of biomedicine. So these range from Ayurveda Developmental Therapeutics Program, which I am looking after. Then there is the Breast Cancer Data Alliance. You would have heard Anil mention it yesterday. Then we have Digital Twin. Digital Twin is something also, this is a phrase that you, or a term that you would have heard. Digital Twin Alliances, we have cancer disparities research, we have telesynergy that you've heard about. We are also working on a device. So a kind of cancer therapeutic device that can be used in low income, low resource settings. So it's a thermal ablation device. Then we are also setting up a virtual radiobiology lab where different labs connect together virtually and we develop projects through it. And all of this comes under what we call the International Cancer Knowledge Alliance. So I'll go on to the Ayurveda Developmental Therapeutic Program. So it is basically, it is a consortium that started sometime in 2018. And we were looking at cancer as one of the mega grand challenges rather. And we know that allopathy alone does not have all the answers to cancer. And all of you would have used Ayurveda at some point or the other. There is a faith. One aspect is faith. The other aspect is somebody who has used it and has benefited from it. Plus, there are a lot of claims. These claims are in cancer, that it has been well managed, that side effects are much less, that it may have cured some cancers, which may not have found a cure in allopathy. So all those, while they're all out there, there's no properly scientifically documented evidence. So from our side of the field, from the allopathy side of the field, and by and large, people, unless there is evidence for what you're talking about, people will not believe it or go for it. Because that evidence points towards use as well as towards side effects or anything else that might happen that is not good for you. So why did we choose Ayurveda? So one is that it is a precise system of medicine that has been developed centuries ago and it has been well documented. The principles have been well documented and it is something that it has stayed. Anything that comes up that does not have a basis in something solid will not survive the passage of time like this. It will come to a peak at some point and it will die down, natural death, and it will go. But Ayurveda has survived. It is a dynamic science, so it continues to learn. It doesn't say that, no, this is Ayurveda, these are the principles that were developed centuries ago, so this is what is right, and I know all about it and I don't learn from other systems. But Ayurveda learns from other systems have learned from it, so it's a dynamic growing field. So what we learn from data science now will also be applicable in Ayurveda. And now Ayurveda, more and more, we need to form evidence for Ayurveda so that we can integrate it in mainstream, as mainstream medicine. It is a mainstream medicine. So when there is evidence for it, it'll be better integrated and people will, it'll have a wider acceptance of the. And the other thing is that it is in itself a personalized medicine. We talk about precision medicine, we talk about personalized medicine in allopathy realm. But Ayurveda is something that has developed this system ages ago. So I'm not saying because it's developed ages ago, it's great. What I'm saying is that that principle of personalized medicine, you've heard about Prakriti, Ayurveda Prakriti, the doshas, which identify different sets of people who would react in a certain way to a medicine. So we have personalized medicine in Ayurveda. We want to explore that. And it is also a holistic system of medicine. It is not a targeted reductionist system like allopathy is, that at a certain molecule, if you give, it'll act on a certain pathway and thereby mitigate certain symptoms. But what you're looking at is a holistic system. It's working on your mind, it's working on your body, it's working on basically bringing back an equilibrium into your body so that it functions normally. And of course, Ayurveda, if those of you have history of taking that treatment, you know that the costs are very different from allopathic treatment. But that is one of the minor things. In our case, what we want to do is we want to understand the biological mechanism of Ayurveda. And how can we, having understood it, how can we apply it? How can we form newer therapeutics out of it? How can we come to newer drugs that may be more and more effective? So, and we know that there have been many medicines that have been developed from the knowledge that has been gained from Ayurveda or any other traditional knowledge systems across the world. So, so basically, what we need is a large network of clinicians, a large network of Western medical scientists. We need computational scientists. So we need a large number of different varied expertise coming together to work, and that's where your role also comes in. And as I said, the goals of ADTB are to create scientific evidence base to understand biological processes that are at play, developing effective therapeutics. And ultimate aim, of course, is to alleviate suffering. That is what we work at OHSL is towards translational medicine. There is a lot of basic science that comes into it because that's what gives you the understanding of what is at play. But and that is inherent in whatever we do. But ultimate goal is to have something that will be actually used on the patient for their betterment. So I had a couple of diagrams which I will not show. I can send it over to you. So one of the major projects that we are working on is to build on creating a computable resource for Ayurvedic knowledge. So when you say computable resource for Ayurvedic knowledge, this knowledge is what we are trying to do is make it all encompassing. So you have classical texts from where knowledge comes in. That's where the Sanskrit NLP part of it was being talked about yesterday. So we have that. We have documentation of case histories of Ayurveda. And there'll be thousands and thousands of them in different parts of the country. And we need all the information that is there to come into the system. We need the information of all the herbs and formulations. We need collate different databases that already exist. So then we need to have, now coming to the other side of it, we need to bring in the multi-omics data. You know about multi-omics, you've heard the term. So whether it's genomics, whether it's transcriptomics, proteomics, etc., down the line to all the systems in the bodies, we need the data. So how do we make such a comprehensive collection of data to form this resource? So coming to specific projects that we are working on. So let me come to the first one would be development of computational tools for Ayurvedic text. That's something some of you were showing interest in that yesterday as well. So we have a collaboration with the University of Hyderabad, with IIT Delhi, with Columbia University. Then there are experts from Germany and others who are coming together. It's still in developmental phase. In the University of Hyderabad, there were certain tools were made to decode Sanskrit texts. And now the thing is, so how do you bring in large language models and NLP to understand Sanskrit texts? And although there are already you know that there are translations already there, so why are we going for another translation? But it's not just about translation, but it's because particularly in Ayurveda text, there is a lot of contextual writing within the text, and people want to understand on their own what is the knowledge that is there in that text, whether it's Charak, whether it's Sushruta Samhita. You want to read for yourself and understand, because there are a lot of commentaries and different commentaries don't agree with each other. So how do you understand and how do you know that this is what exactly is correct? So we are trying to bring in the different teams to work together to work on these language processing models to understand Ayurveda, because Ayurveda is complex. It's not a simple translation. One shlok follows from another. A certain word may have 10 different meanings. And depending on the context of that shloka in that text, the meaning is different. So if you go for a direct translation, you may have something completely different and you'll go in for a wrong treatment. To understand that context, again, that AI and machine learning needs to come in. So that's one of those projects. The other is what I talked about, documentation. Documentation is one of the very first needs if you want to do any kind of knowledge based creation. So documentation means that there are different Vedyas in different parts of the country. They are in different languages. They're in different forms that they have been recorded. So some may be written very well in a format that you would like to see. Some may be just scribbled down, some may be oral, some may be recorded. So you need to get at that information that is there. How do you do it? So you need to also build some tools that will capture the information that is there in whatever form with the Vedyas. So that is something that needs to be developed. So again, computational tools that we require, that is there. So what I'm doing is really running you through what is going on in the Ayurveda area. So whatever you are interested in, because there'll be a lot of work that needs computational inputs. You can decide if you're interested in going for this kind of. So the other one that is also something that I'm particularly interested in, because that's going to make you understand how the different processes work when you're doing an Ayurveda treatment, is what is the observational studies of Ayurvedic treatment. So you don't interfere in any way that in the treatment. A Vaidya is treating the patient. You get information from that Vaidya according to the Ayurveda, whatever criteria there are, and you then uh, study that patient through Western clinical tools, through Western scientific tools. So you would study the parameters that the doctor in an allopathic setting would use. Plus, you would do a genomic study. You would look at the immune system. You would look at the your endocrine system. You'd look at all the microbiome is very important. The microbiome that whether it leads towards cancer or it may mitigate symptoms of cancer, it works in both ways. So how do all of these work together? So what is it that we're looking at? We're looking at the systems. So we're looking at a whole systems approach towards understanding Ayurveda. So again, this is not an expertise I have, but I'm looking for people who have systems knowledge, who can work with analyzing such very, very complex data. How do they work together? It's not just one pathway you're working with, but how is one pathway interacting with another pathway? And how do they all work together? So that is part of what we do. And this is purely to understand, and from the understanding go into developing new developing new therapeutics, and also newer drugs that you get to understand from those. So it's about whole systems approach, and so it'll be a lot of protocol development and a lot of modeling, a lot of skills that you will need to learn as you go, because you have some basic skill sets, but you'll need much more than that to be able to work on these. So this is something that will lead you towards precision, personalized, predictive model for therapy. Then there are several clinical trials planned under ADTP, which are going on, whether it's on pain management and others. And the other interesting work that is going on is looking at plant-based drug design. So we have another international collaboration that is going on that with Berlin, with the US, the NCI Frederick National Lab for Cancer Research are very interested in this project, and they are part of the collaboration through what is called ATOM. That is an accelerated therapeutics opportunities in medicine, and these are also a conglomeration of different organizations and expertise that are working together towards developing therapeutics. And in fact, in this is one of your alumni, Dr. Jaspreet Dhanjal, who's working in Triple IT Delhi. So Triple IT Delhi is taking the lead in this research and using existing databases with Charité University in Berlin and with their own. And our CSIR is also opening up a lot of databases to work with. So again, a lot of proteomics comes into it, a lot of prediction comes into it, developing pipelines for drug development, all that is going on. Then again, with phytochemicals, quantum computing projects are also in the pipeline. So that we are doing with CDAC in Pune. You would have heard of CDAC. So again, CDAC is involved, NCI is involved, all the other institutions, Poland, Poznan Institution and Institute in Poland, which is also a leading institute in all of this they're doing. That we're talking about virtual clinical trials. So where you don't have to get a cohort of people, you don't have to give them potentially dangerous drugs to study, but you have a cohort of patients whose data you have. So if you have a data that creates a digital representation of that patient, which is not just a digital representation, but if you have longitudinal continuous data being inputted into that system, so you have a digital twin of that patient. So it is again a dynamic system. It's not something that's static at where you put in the data, but you're constantly updating that data for that patient. And you then study drugs, predict based on models already there and how that drug would work in that set of patient with this kind of a genomic characterization, characteristic. So these are very much ongoing, and we have every week we have a weekly call on this. So most of these projects are some are at the proof of concept level, some proof of concept have been done, some are at the development phase. So wherever you join, you'd also join in the developing of a project. So, and you can also, depending on your ideas, you can shape the agenda of that project or that consortium. So it is a very open system. So however junior you are, you have a voice in what is needed to be done in that particular project. We have several collaborating institutions across the world, and anyone else that you would want to work with, we build that connection for you. And Dr. Madhuri has already mentioned many of the institutes. We have, of course, AIMS, we have the Ayush Ministry. We are also going in for an MOU, which will be signed very soon with the All India Institute of Ayurveda. So everyone has been very interested and contributing a lot towards the development of the projects. And we have a large council of advisors, scientific advisors across universities, depending on their expertise in the project that you're working on. So whatever is developed will be presented to them, and you get inputs back from there. And depending on your interest, whether you want to stop it at a very time-bound project or you want to take it for a longer period and continue with that project or develop something on your own, it's entirely up to you, because that is something you do on your own. You meet your requirements of the institute, but you can also continue your own research if you want to, along with it. And you have the resources that are available to you. Thank you. So and the question that came up earlier for Jeevan in what you were talking about, stage 1 and stage 2 cancers. So that is also something many of you would know about early detection in cancer. So that kind of research is happening. We are also there was an oral cancer project that was going on, but the lead scientist has moved on somewhere else. But those early detection networks are there with AIMS and with NCI. And they're working on exactly this. How do you screen for patients at a very early stage where cancer can be prevented or checked at an early stage? So whether it's quantitative imaging, whether it is any other omics system that is at play. So those kind of research is also going on, and the data is there, and we need to create a lot more data. What is really needed is collaborations. The more you collaborate, the more your science is open, the more development at a faster pace that you can get. Any one scientist working with a set of database in their computer, in their desktop, is not going to lead to the leaps and bounds that we are looking for. You need to get those thousands of data sets to come together so that you can make any kind of prediction that is worthwhile. So this is just a general overview of what we are doing. I don't know whether it made sense, but whoever's interested, you're most welcome to contact.
So yeah, go ahead with the questions. You have one mic there, one mic I have left here. Go ahead. Somebody will have to take the responsibility of just pushing the mics, please. Go ahead. You have to specify to whom the question is.
Actually, it's to both of you, respected esteemed guests. In 2007, IIT Bombay developed a Nadi Vigyan ke hisab
Nadi
se,
Vigyan.
Nadi Tarangni. Even my grandmom, she has breast cancer, it's stage 4. And through that device, we actually interpolated data, and I developed an algorithm where I could have a data set for my grandmom. So does Nadi Vigyan also one of your research projects which you're looking at, because it's one of the sciences which have been not as such as discovered, and it is a science which has still yet to be.
That's exactly what we are doing. We are looking at the traditional medicine systems. We are looking at what is documented or not documented. We want to get all that data in. So that is what I was talking about as the resource Ayurveda knowledge resource.
Ma'am, so is there any device which like how Tirangani was made? Like,
Yes.
are there any devices which have been like?
We haven't made any devices,
Okay.
but at the moment this is about creating the resources.
Okay.
But we are also working with CDAC, who have put in together. You have the IUSoft software you may hear about, but going much beyond that. So now the information that is there in one particular system, can we take it forward and build on it? And get in, basically at the moment where we are finding a difficulty is getting a lot of data sets in. So and I wouldn't call it a difficulty, it's a matter of having a team who will go out to the Vaidyas, collect that data and bring it in and build a system like this, a device like you're talking about. The Nadi Vigyan is very well established, whether it's Tibetan medicine, whether it's in
Thank you.
it is all there.
Good morning, sir. Myself, Raj Krishna. I am a student of 6th semester. So I have a question regarding cancer. So as you told in the beginning that we have more than 24 AIMS institutes in India, and we have a very well maintained same institutes abroad also. Then when it comes to cancer and its early detection, why people from remote areas of India rush to AIMS Delhi only? Because we have limited seats. We have experts doctor, but why the ground reality of expert system is not well made? Because if expert system will be there, all those AIMS can treat those local patient, and in the same fashion we don't need to go abroad in case the case is severe, so early detection is possible in that case.
Students are requested to mark their attendance. Link is open only for 2 minutes. Need not to just pass on the link to anybody. This is AI proctored link. So you yourself will be in fix if you will pass on to anybody. Yes, please.
Finish your this thing, whatever, attendance.
Done.
Which request, just quite please. Just a simple request, right? And another more, modality, you may call it, whatever. Apna naam bataएं, that's it, good enough. Just your name is good enough. You don't have to tell me which semester you are in. It's not important as far as I'm concerned. All right. Now to answer your question, see, the point is experts are available in Delhi. You can take a seat. Experts are available in Delhi. In fact, AIMS has created its National Cancer Institute, NCI, by the same name in Jhajjar. All right. So now they are concentrating their complete cancer treatment in Jhajjar. Now comes your question, 27 AIMS, remote areas of India. So if somebody is detected with a cancer, whatever stage it is, why do they have to travel to Delhi? Now, if radiology, let's say the guy requires a radiology treatment, and if that equipment is in Delhi, then the person has to travel to Delhi. That's number one. Two, whether the person requires radiology or not can actually be done through teleconsulting. Today, the only teleconsulting tool that you have available is Zoom, WebEx, so on and so forth. Google Meet. Telesynergy fills that gap, brings same room paradigm, and will be able to help somebody at NCI Jhajjar to be able to look at the case history of that particular patient somewhere remotely in India and get to be will be able to diagnose it better. So diagnosis, it will help. Actual equipment not there in remote area, the person has to travel. Now let's extrapolate it. Tomorrow we become rich. Of course, that's the aim. As a country, we should become rich, and the remote area gets a radiology equipment. To operate that radiology equipment, you need a doctor, you need a clinician, you need technicians, so on and so forth. If the team is not there, what's the point? Can I use telesynergy to remotely? Everybody must have heard about remote operations, robotic based operations. Can I use telesynergy to be able to use that radiology equipment in a remote area to be able to administer that therapy, radiotherapy? So, answer to your question is the work is happening. There is a future, but there is a huge amount of development that has to happen. Do we have the technology today available? We have the technology available today. Has it been used? Not yet. All right. One thing, you might work on blockchain, you might work on AI/ML, you might work on IoT, you might work on data analytics. Nothing is devoid of the other. None of these technologies are going to work in isolation. They are all married to each other. And for you, even if you're working in a small corner of one of these systems, technology, domains, so on and so forth, idea is that you have to keep the big picture. And I joined Citibank. I now know banking like back of my hand. Still a technologist. I love technology. I can architect systems. I can't program anymore, of course. But do I understand banking domain? A banker sitting opposite me won't know whether I'm a technologist first or a banker first. And trust me, within about 3 years, at least I'll be able to execute that confidence from a medical domain perspective. So idea is, whichever domain you guys work in, please pick up that business domain as well. Technology is just an enabler. Writing a program in Python or Node.js or something is just an enabler. If you do not understand the domain that you are part of, you will not become a good professional. You can't. It's impossible. All right. Any questions? Further.
Good morning.
He's there. After that, you.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, ma'am. My name is Ronak Singh Kharbanda. Ma'am actually mentioned in her speech regarding the
AI and Ayurveda, that how AI and Ayurvedic knowledge is going to be integrated, and it's actually one of the main focus of OHSL in the alliance. Now, my question is that in chemotherapy, it's been foretold that Ayurveda can somehow reduce the pain, and somehow reduce, but this knowledge is not available to everyone, does not have access to everyone. So, how OHSL and overall the medical fraternity should work to give the access to this knowledge and the means to be able to use it in order in basically having better cancer treatments, be it in any stage, because this is something that's not available to us, especially in a market like India. That's my question.
In fact, OHSL's principle is to work in an open manner. So whatever we are working towards, whatever comes out of the collection of data, say, or development of a therapy, it is to be meant to be open to everyone. And if you're using public money to do any research, it is in any case supposed to be out in the public domain for anyone to access. Now, coming to your question about why is the data not there, that has been the way that scientists have always worked. That they have come up with certain kinds of. One is, of course, security. Your medical data security, you can't let it out. But actually, what comes out of that data, the knowledge that comes out of the data that is there, that has to be out in the open knowledge. So when we are talking about collecting data, when we are talking about collating data, this is the kind of thing. What happens with a particular chemotherapy? What is it? There's enough known about the known chemicals that are being the known medicines that are being used. But what can we gain out of the plant-based medicine that is there in Ayurveda? Because we say that Ayurveda has much less side effects. So what is the knowledge that comes out of Ayurveda comes through the kind of only by collecting the data of I am going to be using neem or I'm going to use tulsi. But okay, I know that it says that tulsi is good for a cold or a cough or something. But can I say it with 100% confidence? No, I can't. In any case, in science, you can't say anything with 100% confidence. But if I have looked at the data of 1,000 people or a 2,000 people or 100 also, then I come to some prediction that given these sets of conditions, this is going to be what is going to happen. And that data, if we get together and we can come to that kind of prediction, that is going to be out in the public knowledge. Does that answer your question?
Yes, ma'am. Just one technological point of view from sir as well on this. Sir, could te- sir, could telesynergy also aid in this, in basically the computational point of view of AI and Ayurveda particularly? Could telesynergy also aid in this somehow?
Sorry, I didn't get your name. मैं थोड़ा
Ronak Singh.
रौनक आप ही आंसर कर दीजिए ना. Should telesynergy be able to integrate any research out there in the world on Ayurveda and cancer and so on and so forth? Why don't you answer that?
Sir, it could. It is a global
Should?
system. It could.
So why not?
But the data.
Product बना रहे हैं ना. So we are building a product. We are building a platform. Nothing is outside of it. The only decision criteria should be and will be, does it have an immediate use? How widespread the use is going to be? Does it make sense to do it now, tomorrow, day after, few weeks later, so on and so forth? But it's a product. The day Windows came out, MS-DOS came out. I don't know how many of you even heard of MS-DOS. मैं तो काम किया है. So MS-DOS came out, Microsoft disk operating system, then Windows, खिड़कियां, that's what it is called at that time. And then whatever Windows version you have. It's evolving, right? Nothing has stopped. Mac has not stopped. I have actually worked in an era where the only email I could go in a corner in my company, and then there was one Mac there and I could write my email. Today you can send it sitting here. I don't know how many of you are connected. All of you are. All right. So the answer is yes.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah. I thoda quiet here. I know it's at times it get boring, but it's all right. We all have gone through these sessions. So fun as well as some more time. Yeah.
Good morning, esteemed guests. My name is Tushar Jain. I'm from BTech AI. So my question was to you, sir. I was wanting to ask that telesynergy, from what I understand, is a device-specific application, right? That will work on.
No, it's not a device.
No,
It can't be.
No, I'm trying to say that it will work on doctors' devices. It's not like it is on. It is working on some kind of. It is an application, right?
Obviously, it's an application. Yes.
So I was wanting to ask that how will it be able to integrate with non-smart medical devices or legacy devices that are being used in Indian hospitals right now, that are not actually utilizing the APIs and smart technologies that are being developed right now?
Perfect. Good question. How will telesynergy integrate with legacy devices which are not IoT enabled, which do not have kind of a connectivity and all? Now, we know for last 20 years at least, if not a wireless connectivity, there is a wired connectivity. All right?
Yeah.
That much we understand. Let's forget about, pay attention. I will answer his question in a slightly different manner. So pay attention, please. His question is how telesynergy will interact with or integrate with a legacy system that is not IoT enabled. I'm not even talking that system is medical system or not, because then answer everybody will understand. Let's say in my hospital, I have a financial management system. Everybody comes, make a payment, something has to be paid, so on and so forth. Huge, right? In a hospital like Medanta, AIMS and all, millions worth of rupees transactions are done. Should my telesynergy be interacting with that kind of a financial system, which could be on IBM and all, totally legacy, nothing. Now close your eyes and think there could be thousands of systems like this, medical, non-medical systems. My answer is yes. My answer is I am going to use telesynergy on my laptop here, right? Eventually either on my mobile or on this laptop. As a clinician or as a non-clinician, non-medical person. यूज तो यही होगा. Everybody with me? This equipment is connected to something. If it is a legacy technology, let that be wire connected through wire into some central point where I see eventually what do I need? I need data. I need images. I need the patient record. I need the treatment record. That's all I require. Now, if it comes directly from the technology that I can actually manipulate using my cursor and all, IoT enabled robotics, fantastic. If not, at least I should get access to the database. Have I answered your question? Yes. Now that applies to medical and non-medical. He gave me an opportunity to say that telesynergy in future will also be connected to non-medical systems for whatever reasons. Ronak, I don't know what comes up. It's all research. Some hospital, some institution, AIMS may say, I have 27 centers in India and I want to connect telesynergy to this system. That this can be a huge array, right? So be it. All right. Please.
Morning, sir.
There's, you give it to him. He could be the next. Yeah.
So I'm Shashwat from BTech IT. I just wanted to ask, like, I have two questions which I wanted to ask to both of you. First one is that AGI is coming up in 1 to 2 years. So there's quite, like, I'm not that much connected to the research.
What is coming? Sorry?
AGI. So artificial general intelligence.
Artificial general intelligence. So sorry, I'm not good at abbreviations. Go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah. So like there will be AI which is capable of and thinking the same at the same level as humans think in 3 to 4 years. So I just wanted to say that I'm not that much connected to the medical research community. I just wanted to know how it is split into the fact that, as you said, that AI can be a system which can give us earlier results or some monitoring system, or they can say earlier results, and at the back, it will be doctor's experience which will be treating the patient. How does it changes with AGI and how medical research community is split on that? And my second part is that I have worked previously on federated learning. So I was curious to know like what kind of federated learning systems you are using currently?
Let me answer both of your questions in one single breath. The point is, if anybody of you have got that we are building AI tools and ML tools and all only, so that's not a right thing. The overarching requirement is that I'm building a plug and play platform where I should be able to connect anything that comes my way. And I think in the previous answer, I gave that. So telesynergy is a collaborative tool. One of its kind, one of the kinds that is not there in the market anywhere today. All right. Now, as a part of telesynergy, if somebody says, why don't we build ourselves an AI ML tool? Why not? That's one. So, if a tool is out there outside, I need to just find out how to connect to it and build those drivers. Second question was federated learning. Point is, some of my colleagues have worked with Intel, and thankfully, Anil, that who you heard yesterday, is connected to Intel team. At least the guy in India who heads this federated learning initiative, and it's an Intel initiative, and it'll actually happen at a chip level. Nothing more, because I don't really know more about it at this point. But I know one thing, and that's how I build or architect in my mind. Nobody is going to allow me to, get their data out. Period. Now, with that kind of a restriction, how will I build the intelligence into my tool? And that's where federated learning comes into the picture, because today I have no other technology or method available to be able to do that. How am I going to implement federated learning? What kind of programming has to be done? What kind of development has to be done? Does the system that are going to actually, the servers will have a, this thing, for Meta and all, you have GPUs and all. Do I require a specific CPU, special type? I don't know at this point. And that is why the research, and research. But these are the areas that within this year or some part of next year, we as a team needs to lay our hands on. All right?
Just one more question that I think you were asking was about the generative AI in medicine. So there I would say that whatever AI tool that we use, they are exactly that. They're tools. They're tools to aid you. So you cannot completely rely on AI and say that the work of the doctor is finished. Now the AI tool is going to take up that part of that function of the doctor, because you know that there are a lot of mistakes that AI also comes up with. So there always has to be that specialized, trained human that is overseeing whatever analysis is being done, and the human is the one who's going to be treating. So that there should be no. I don't know what's going to happen 50 years from now, 25 years from now, but definitely at this stage, there is no question of an AI taking over and giving the medical treatment or diagnosis unsupervised by a human. It's a tool to understand. It's a tool to tell you. It's a tool that is predictive. So it's a tool that helps you in decision making, so that you have the more data that you have, the more data that you can analyze. It'll help you. It'll help you decide how to treat a patient. What is the prognosis of a particular treatment going to be? Will that person benefit from this treatment or from another treatment? So all those things AI will help you to do.
Before you start with the question, I just wanted to share something. Now, this question came up and I thought it's a right time, so I'll come back to you. Don't worry. The selection criteria for us is going to be very simple. You guys have to have at least 2 to 3 times the energy I have and Anil has. Anil is 78-year-old. And he spoke to you yesterday while his midnight in California. So you guys have to execute that kind of an energy and research mindset that people like us have. I won't share my age with you, but I'm much younger to Anil. Not that young as well, because I give you first batch MCA 85 to 88, so you can imagine. Second is you should have basic knowledge of programming, database, so on and so forth. We don't need anything more than that at this point, and ability to manage failures. अभी research कर रहे हैं, we are doing some research, we may not be able to get the desired results, it's fine. But that's the nature of the work we are going to do. All right? And one more thing, look at the joy that and this is how I've worked my whole life. I joined Standard Chartered Bank in India in 1992 and was there 2 innings. First inning was 1992 to about 1997. Did some programs, did some architecture and all. The global system that Stanchart use has something called Business Intelligence Programming, BIP. And that entire architecture of BIP and entire programming got it done. I didn't write the programs because there was a company called Mises at that time that used to develop that system for us. So gave the architecture to them and got that. Guess what? Now it's a global system. Many banks uses it across the world. But that particular BIP was only used by Stanchart in India. So when I went to another bank in another country in Middle East and using the same system, I saw the BIP there and a flag which will enable BIP or disable BIP. And I felt so good that that was what I did. Being used in another country with a flag, whether you want BIP or not. Amazing feeling. And I want you to have that joy and feeling when you're doing something that you are contributing as a small part into a large system. All right? You.
Very good morning, sir. My name is Ramesh Sharma and I am from MTech AI. Sir, in my BTech final semester, I have early diagnosis, and my main target was early diagnosis of various diseases and historical database creation, historical records. Sir, we were taking inputs from the patients, and after that we were predicting that whether this patient has this particular disease or not. So there are 4 to 5 diseases. I will not take their names because it will take long. Sir, we made a website where we had a login credentials. Sir, we were able to solve the problem of creating a historical databases on that website. So basically, the person will come and log in, and his historical data will be. Sir, the major challenge which I faced during this project was the data set. Sir, data set.
It's always going to be data set. It's
Yes,
always going to be data set.
Sir, there are 2 chances. Either we create our own data set or we
How?
take from. Sir, taking is also the problem because any hospitals will not share the data set.
So federated learning. Na? Why do you need data set? You need to make your system intelligence.
Yes, sir.
Machine learning, you need to keep it learning. That's how we humans have evolved. See, I don't keep a book in my pocket, right? I read it, analyze it, understand it, and keep it here, right? Apply the same fundamentals. What stops you from applying the same fundamental? Now, your problem is, and that's how the problem statements are defined. Nobody's going to give me a data, but my tool needs intelligence. What am I going to do? Is there anything available in the world? And that's how you start looking for things.
So, there are many websites where data is available, but it's still the authenticity is not
very
there.
small set.
Authenticity is not there.
So
That's the problem.
that's exactly you have the answer yourself. How do you see again? There are 2 things that have happened. Dr. Mathur, just give me 2 minutes. There are 2 things that have happened. I have been doing programming in Prolog and Lisp, solid AI programming languages. But why we are now talking after about 35 years? Because now that data sets are available and there is methodology where you can make sure that the data is authenticate. It's right. Because eventually, what is AI ML? You are making a decision based on a data on your experience. Experience is also data.
Yes.
So that decision should not be wrong. And decision is made on data. So data should not be manipulated or wrong. So that data security is important. Did I tell everybody that nothing is devoid and everything is married? So data security is blockchain now. At least that gives me guarantee that data is not manipulated. And then you have huge data sets. So data analytical tools will help you to take that data out. And then comes that federated learning where I don't want to pull the data, I only want to pull the intelligence. And then come telesynergy, which basically helps that connects to that AI tool developed by you, which is basically helping me to do that minuscule AI or ML thing on that data. Like you, there could be thousands of tools out there. Am I going to develop all of them? No, not at all. Not required. But I need to connect to them. Then lies your answer.
Thank you, sir.
Excuse me, sir. I have one very specific question. Here, sir. Good afternoon. Ma'am, one little question.
I wanted to add something on the same thing which was asked. So after that, one last question from you. Definitely.
Okay, ma'am.
What I wanted to say is one is using your tools to get at a lot of data out there that you can get. But sometimes they may not be on what you would what you want to do. Indian data set. But there's very little of Indian data set on cancer or anything or a particular subpopulation. So other than AIs or any other population, other thing that I have to remember is that your basic skills of networking and collaboration. You know a person is working on something. Again, there are two things. One is that nowadays no publication for any publication of data that has where you have used public funding, you have to submit it and it's out there in the public domain. So you get it. But there is a lot of data with what I was saying earlier, with the scientists. So you have to contact that person and say that, look, I want to collaborate. Collaboration, that human interaction also has.
Thank you for the opportunity, sir. Sir, as ma'am said, she talked about the certain tech that the OHSL is actually working on and everything. And ma'am, and I would actually like to highlight that ma'am said that we are working on this technology, and if any one of you are interested, they can please join us, right? So, keeping up my best behavior here, and I'm gonna ask the most generic and most specific question. You are here to hire interns, and so I'm gonna ask you, what is the CGPA cap that you guys are putting up?
Open. Wow. If you were in my position, would you put a CGPA cap?
Sir, being at your position would be a dream for me right now.
Hey,
But sir,
many of
sir,
you.
Sir, the question is actually coming from the experience that we had yesterday, so that is why I'm here.
See, boy, honestly speaking, given that we are a highly populated country, we have so many young professionals, there has to be a kind of a criteria cut off, and that I'll honestly leave it to your university.
Okay, sir.
I repeat what I said 10 minutes back. I need people, young guys, having 2 times or 3 times energy that I and Anil combined have. Let me share my age, 61. I'm still standing in front of you. And Anil is 78. Beat us in our energy, beat us in our thought process. Thought process. I'm not saying you have to have that knowledge, you can't. It's fine. But thought process can be there. मुझे ये करना है. I will do it. Give me that confidence, give me that attitude, and the basic understanding of computing. Includes programming, includes database, includes everything. If you have anything more than that, fantastic. Sone pe suhaga. Otherwise, you're welcome to join the team. Fair enough? I don't want to put a criteria of CGPA. Yeah, I was always a bank bencher. Am I not standing here? So it doesn't really matter.
Yes, sir.
All right?
Yes, sir.
3 idiots.
Yes, sir.
3 idiots.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Should I allow you? You have to be very, very quick. Maybe the answer is long, then I'll cut the answer. But I'll take the question.
Actually, I have a very small question. That is there any work going on psychology and behavioral sciences?
Not really, not specifically from psychology or behavioral science perspective. So that's a very open question. No, not really. Because our whole thing, Telesynergy has started, not OHSL. OHSL has a huge broad canvas. Many many things related to medical world. Telesynergy has a very narrow view in terms of building a plug and play platform where I can connect to anything and everything. Now tomorrow, we have started because the request or the need came from cancer research. Basically, they have something called, what is that? Uh, Meeting that happens. Cancer board meetings. So the request came from them because they said we do not have any tool and we can't rely on Zoom and all. So the request came from cancer board meetings. So our focus today is to basically able to connect anything and everything from a cancer world perspective. But we won't stop there. So tomorrow, adding what you just said, psychology or real science, or for that matter, normal telehealth consulting. Should that be part of telesynergy? I think it should be. But when it happens, I can't say. All right.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Jeevan. Yes, yes, please.
Somebody, I think you said that we have the technology and you're being asked to join. In many cases, the technology is not there, but you are also being asked to be part of the development of the technology. So remember, if you join us, you are also part of something that is beginning to happen. So you have a lot of say in what it is. And also any questions that come into like in your mind when you're talking about narrative. So can you come up with another device or another application that can work? Having that all that data, the resource of the data we give, can you work on something that you feel that is necessary? And we have the resources to work with you to help realize.
I'll take one more minute and a commercial angle to what we just discussed and what Dr. Konanika just, alluded to. Some of you join, we are in the research phase. We will have a company, we'll have a system coming up, implemented in few places across the world later this year or early tomorrow, or early next year. The company grows and you are part of early startup. Wealth creation, let's join hands. That will be for us. For you, imagine people who started Microsoft or Infosys and all, and even forget about the technology professionals, the secretaries there, right, who started their career with those companies, they bought early shares and all, and they are millionaires today. So let's have that commercial success also in our mind. Why not? काम करते हैं, मेहनत करते हैं, let's be enjoy the work and let's also let it be commercially viable for all of us.
Thank you so much. I think the talk can go on and on. My dear students, I can see there are queries coming in with regard to the eligibility getting into internship. Dear students, I think you should start believing in us. We are here. Different companies will have different parameters and we have to respect that. There is nothing right or wrong about the parameter. Everyone has a selection criteria. And of course, for some, CGPA would count because that helps them bring down the crowd. You understand that no company, yesterday also I was asking Tech Mahindra if they can take all of you. It will not happen ever. So if it will not happen, there has to be a criteria for shortlisting and that is how it is coming across to you. Thank you to OHSL for not really having that cutting criteria. What they are looking for is the student who would be really interested in learning while contributing. So, like ma'am said, it is not, the technology is not fixed. You need to come up with your idea if it is, because they are so flexible. Last time also I have seen there's a lot of flexibility with this organization where if the student has some better idea or the intern or the person who is working on the project has a better idea than what they have conceived, they will evaluate it, they will try to implement that. So that's the kind of evolution that they are doing. So as ma'ams and sir both are letting you know, you have chance to evolve with them in the area which is evolving, healthcare, and the evolving area of AI/ML application to healthcare. So with that note, again, there is no confusion of how your selection is going to happen. The selection of 300 students sitting here is not so easy. So what we are going to do for this also, we are going to open the registration form. My dear students, now you have heard. You have heard Tech Mahindra yesterday, you have heard OHSL, and in the second half, again, you are going to hear a few of them. So you hear them all, hear the opportunity, hear the technology, understand, and start applying. As you register, we move on with the internship selection process that will be shared with you. So dear students, with this, we close this and we thank the panelists for being here with such an energy. Thank you to our industry guests from uh, the organizations which are actually going to be talking about the opportunity for mechanical engineering, civil engineering, and triple E. So all this, we are now shifting our focus to the core engineering branch in the next 1 hour. After that, we again row the boat with you. In the second half, J2 Audi. Is that clear to you? The venue gets changed. It is no more E2 Audi. There is something else now getting planned here. We meet at J2 Audi. Everyone, clear? Yes. So we are meeting there. Timing? Exact timing. So 2 o'clock, all of you report there. Okay. We see you there with no excuses. But before that, may we say a thank you to the panelists, a token of gratitude to them. Thank you.
I think it's our turn to say thank you to you all to bearing with us, and hope we have been able to, pick your interest, and, maybe in near future we work together. Once again, best of luck. Thank you.
May we please have Professor Dr. Madhuri Kumari, ma'am, Deputy Director.
And thank you to everyone, and hope that your interest has been aroused enough to want to join and be part of this event.
Thank you, ma'am. May we now have Professor Dr. Madhuri Kumari, ma'am, Deputy Director of Placements and Industry Relations at Amity School of Engineering and Technology, to felicitate the guests with a memento.
Engineering and mechanical engineering as well as electrical engineering, right? And the session is for the core engineering students. They have representation of few industries, my dear students, but this is not the list complete in itself. As we move on, we are going to be adding to our list. It is just, I would say, a glimpse of how industry is moving, what pace they are moving, and what is the requirement. Particularly wanted to showcase to you how there is going to be an interdisciplinary approach even in the organization, how organization is moving towards robotics, how they are integrating information technology with the core engineering part. Thank you, sir. So that's the agenda of this particular panel session, I should say. And with that note, I would request you all to be very, very attentive. They have come up with internship requirement. So that's definitely there. But again, as I said, it is not the only representation. We are going to be adding to the list. We'd like to make an announcement of the company where we have agreed to give internship, but they are not here right now. Apart from the list here, we have heard back from Rambol. We have heard back from BDM Technologies, for that matter, who was to be part of our panel, but some way just received the message that they have dropped out. Great requirement from BBDM Technology. Bakery has given us the requirement. Ultratech has asked us for a few of the interns. LNT is offering us internship. Yesterday, Newberg was here. Newberg has offered internship for triple E mechanical and civil engineering. Last year also they did so. So we have many opening. We are hard pressed by the numbers that attend the internship drive. So we will actually be working one-on-one. Those who are registered and want internship from us, it is there for you. So don't bother about the numbers coming in. Idea is to tell you what is the technological requirement, how adaptive you have to be. So with that, a very good afternoon to each one of you, esteemed industry experts, Director Professor Dr. Manoj Kumar Pandey sir, head of the departments, faculty colleagues, my team, and my dear students. I'm delighted to welcome you all to this second session of day 2, which is again around industry internship, experiencing real world learning and empower your future. I would like to put on record the welcome note for our panelists who are here and who have joined online. Mr. Akash Saxena, who is Senior Director, Strategy, International Tractors Limited, part of Sonalika. Mr. Iqbal Singh, who is Senior Manager at UVA Litcoping. Mr. Avinash Devi, who is Assistant Manager at UVA Litcoping. And Mr. Ashish Shekhar, General Manager, HR and IR, Yokohama, India. We are missing Mr. Subnesh Sharma, Senior Director, HR Strategy, VVD and Technology. With that note, I'll hand it over to MC to take it forward.
A very good afternoon to the esteemed industry dignitaries, respected faculty members, and fellow students. With a profound sense of honor and respect, I, Harsh, along with my co-host Suveda, proudly representing Amity School of Engineering and Technology, extend a heartfelt welcome to each one of you to the X Connect Internship Fair 2024. We are deeply pleased to have you here with us. This year's theme is Industry Internship. Experience real world learning and empower your future. Industry internships provide hands-on experience, networking opportunities, and practical skills crucial for launching a successful professional career in various fields. It offers valuable insights into the industry practices, enhances skill development, and can lead to potential job offers post-graduation. It is a stepping stone towards building a successful and fulfilling career path. We are excited to have you here and firmly believe that this opportunity will offer profound insights and exposure to everyone present here.
Amity University
as a leading world-class institution, is committed to provide its students with a robust industry-academia linkage and a platform for empirical inquisition. We're privileged to collaborate with the industry in hosting this insightful session where we aim to bridge the gap between academia and the dynamic industrial world. We're delighted to welcome Professor Dr. Manoj Kumar Pandey, sir, Director, Amity School of Engineering and Technology, with an impressive 19 years of experience in academics and 5 years in industry. Sir has held numerous academic and administrative positions and has been a true source of inspiration and guide to all of us. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon to all. Good afternoon. I can see the dull faces when you are entering into a very, very crucial and important phase of your life. Can I see smiles? Yes. You belongs to core branches. I can understand mechanical engineer, civil engineer never smiles. So, but yes, there are certain things that you have to now go through with the time because now civil mechanical everywhere computer is coming. Computer people smile a lot. So that you have to also do carry on that. So thank you very much, Mr. Akash, Mr. Subhanesh Sharma, I have told from our online perhaps, Mr. Avinash Dubey, Iqbal Singh ji, Ashish Shekhar ji, all spending our valuable time this afternoon, this morning. And this event is the part of the internship fair, the mega event that we are organizing for 7 days that is continuously going on. And now various sessions in the morning we had in the E2 auditorium with for the students of computer, IT, and AI. And now is the time for the mechanical, civil, and electrical engineering. So this we are holding for next 4 or 5 days more, where the industry leaders in the segments like you can see in front of you right now are coming. The data analysis, assessment, guiding, mentoring you on various aspects of how the industry shapes now. What are the trends right now going on? How you should proceed for the future career plans? And what all the things will be required. Because this is not an internship for only. This 7 days will act as a training session for the you. And that during that training session, it is being told to all of you. I'm sorry to say in front of my disclosures. All you have to come in proper attire. Anju, you have not told who is looking after this batch? Mr. Alok or someone? Is that not being followed to you? Ashish, you call Mr. Alok first. Is this information is given to you? Yes? Yes or no? So what was the reason? First of all, everyone, all of you has to be very, very serious, sincere. And now you can understand the people in front of you, they have spared their valuable time to coming from a remote locations, very far place. Manesar, I visited there, it took around 2 hours to reach there from here. And they don't have any interest to take you. They have multiple and many locations, many colleges around. You can go anywhere. Because of our relatives and their generosity, they has come over here. And now it's time for us to show them that yes, we are equally serious and we are equally prepared. So that you have to take care of. And so this 7 days will be a training session for all of you. Attend all the programs, all the sessions whenever it has been called for. So with this, I once again welcome our guest this morning and my all the best, my appreciations to all of you and best luck. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your enlightening words. With over 18 years of corporate and business HR partnership experience, the General Manager HR and IR at Yokohama, India, Sir emerges as a seasoned leader in the field. He demonstrates a remarkable ability to ensure enlightenment and organizational culture and strategy driving the company forward. We kindly request our chief sir to close the gathering with his valuable insights. So are we audible?
Thank you. I'm audible to you?
Yes, sir, you are. Please continue.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Amity University, Dr. Manoj, Dr. Madhurima, Alok, and his team panelists, including Subnesh and other. So it is a great to have you with and thanks first of all to the Amity University once again that you are giving me a first opportunity because I have some other commitments and sorry for not being in a physical environment at your although my interest was there too. So I'll start my you can say that the message it is in our culture that and we have been in a childhood time hearing that the practice makes man's perfect. So internship is nothing about it is about whatever you have the knowledge you have gained through the book or the through your help from your teachers in a real world situation whenever you are assigned as per your curriculum or the course which you are doing when you come to the factory premises or the institution where based on your interest you do you can say you check your knowledge or you check your aspirations or you check your the career destination on through some of the pilot projects or some of the topics which you are choosing at. So I'll begin once again that it is kind of a compass which takes you to a career destination. So for me, I always encourage people that internship don't take internship as a very light one. It is a breaker in your thought process. It is breaker in terms of your the career aspiration. If you take it very seriously, the way the world is changing, you can apply your the real knowledge with the real experiences of the projects into the real career destination. This is what and it majorly offers what it majorly offers the real world situations develop the skills which you are whether you are from production you are from mechanical electrical or you can say align this with your career goals. This is what and I'll give you some of the examples based on being I'm from the Japanese company, so I'll not take you to uh, uh, you can say the book. I'll take you to my practical experiences. Japanese are very known for the culture where in India and abroad they're known for the safety culture and the you can say the quality culture and discipline. That is why they are world famous, or you can say in terms of the product they make it. Uh, Whenever employee or a student gets an opportunity to work or do an internship with us, they are not assigned only with the experiences leaders to carry out the project, but also to learn the culture of the company. So more than a, so you are aware, although we are aware that our parents or our society is helping you to what safety means to you, but here when you come to the Japanese or environment or the company through practical experience, you know what is the importance of safety for an individual, not only to the limited to the education, but also to the society which they operate or which they function, and that helps they change the vision of the individual. This is and it gives we provide the individual by you can say the safety knowledge that it is pervasive. Safety cannot be ignored. So whether your daily lifestyle or you are on a road or work, safety is a prime most important so through internship you learn this type of culture which helps you build you the individual more confident or more you can this is what then the quality is ahead of any product unless this is we so through project you can get an experience of whatever the project we are you are doing on a soft floor. So this is what example you can get it. Also, I'll give you in terms of the behavioral changes, etiquettes, many the you can say the daily routine like we follow at Japan at our company we follow the Gemba. So in a Gemba nobody goes away from the green belt. So there is a walkway on the soft floor. So you tend to develop that habit of being in a structured environment apart from the your normal projects. So internship makes you the perfect man. What is desirable for a company or what is desirable for a project, apart from your knowledge, you gain in in the in the institution. What you gain, it is just a abstract. Abstract here means unless it is not any research and theory which is not done on any environment or in a certain environment and outcome is positive, then it is being shared to the masses and public. When it comes to the real world and you start gaining a knowledge about the subject, whether it is in physics, whether it is in chemistry, whether so this is for me my best wishes to all the engineering students of MIT to focus religiously on whatever project you do, whether you do in telecom, whether you do in manufacturing, whether you do in service, whether you do in financial sector, whether you do. So internship can going to be breaker for you. That is what, and you take it very seriously apart from your the knowledge which you have gained. The way the world is progressing from you can say the knowledge is the only key. So apart from knowledge, the real world experiences, unless you'll not gain through the actual the projects, you cannot compete with or you cannot stand in the market. So my advice to all the students to work religiously, and the benefits which is already known apart from resume building, networking. Sometime the company if somebody religiously done a good work in the internship, they can be offered as a job opportunity. So we also do. It is not that we just provide an internship. We also do. So it is about seriousness. It is about your commitment. It is about your approach, which takes you to your career destination. And internship is one of the good medium apart from your the knowledge and certificate which we get from the STEAM organization, MIT University. And lastly, I can say you must feel proud of whatever I am. Don't feel that I am at MIT, I am not at IIT, I am. So wherever you are, you must feel pride of that. Then you can able to uplift yourself. In Japan or in our normal day to day, the kaizen is the normal the way of life. You need to progress every day. So take this internship. Those who are into third year or fourth year of the engineering, take this internship as a serious affair and focus accordingly. And wherever you do well. So this is my takeaway for all the students and the esteemed panelists. Thanks for your time. Thank you. I have another meeting. Otherwise, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. As a seasoned HR professional with over 2 decades of experience, Mr. Akash Saxena specializes in understanding and simplifying the work equation for organizations and individuals. He is also an alumni of Indian Institute of Management in Indore. We are delighted to have him here with us. May I request sir to kindly address the audience.
So please.
I think I'm audible without even this mic. Okay. So, very good morning to all of you. I believe it's good afternoon. Yes. So, what a lovely afternoon today, meeting you all. But one thing, as in said by Dr. Gupta sometime back, आप में से काफी लोग कुछ कैरी करना भूल गए हैं आज. वो कैरी करना इतना जरूरी है, अभी नहीं, लाइफ भर बहुत जरूरी है. वो क्या चीज है? एनी क्लू? Anyways, without wasting much of the time, it is smile. ठीक है, जो कि बड़ा बुझे बुझे चेहरे, लग रहा है कि पता नहीं कितनी टेंशन है, क्या हो जाएगा आज जाने, या स्पीकर जो आए वो इंसान नहीं है, कोई और है. सो सॉरी. ठीक है. सो फॉर दैट मैटर, you really have to come out of these fears. That's very very important. Because अगर ये smile नहीं हुई, तो no matter what you do, it is not really going to make any sense for the people whom you are really working for. Small advice, just to begin with. So I'm here basically for 4-5 objectives. So first objective, yes, of course, could be representing ITL because I'm an employee of International Tractors Limited, heading international business from the HR perspective. Second is to help you all navigate through the life processes. Perhaps career is indeed one of the most important process towards it. And thereafter, yes, of course, the pathway towards internship program, and lastly, to bridge up and to make something really memorable and cherishable for all of you and for even for myself also, to come along and provide you with regular employment next year. With that aspiration, these are the few goals that I'm really going to capture today. So I have already introduced myself being the first goal. So now let me try my best effort to help you navigate through the life processes, particularly towards the career. So when we say that, particularly we all are aiming to get the, I would say, internship, which is going to start off somewhere by May and then end up by June. It will be tentatively for 2 months. But believe me, all this is actually the byproduct of what you are today. So, internship, again, company may decide, they're also here, other esteemed guests are also here today, to take you through certain different scenarios of the industry. But the thing is, ज्ञान तो बहुत बढ़ रहा है, but the thing is you really have to see that what are you getting out of it. For example, मैं वहां पे एक, I believe you all were there in the another conference room. I was sitting over there. Your faculty members, your senior institutional members were really worried about your journeys forward beyond college. बहुत जरूर, and please stay attentive to this, because this actually really going to send something for you, set some guideline for you for the life as a whole. Because I know other than me, there are several other people. I'm lucky enough that I need not to speak much of the machinery to you. Fine, but the thing is, rather I'm more interested about human engineering as a whole. That's very, very important. So from that perspective, I would say
The thing is, you really have to see that where are we going. So this college as institution has provided you with a skill set, required a skill set as required for the industry tomorrow. They have actually imparted knowledge to you. They have inculcated several other aspects which is really going to make you a better citizen of the society tomorrow. I believe these 4 or 5 factors are more than enough and are sufficing to take you through the industries at any point of time. But this is not the end. This is again the inputs that they have put in. Now the next chance is yours. Believe me that the school, college or whatever place you are studying at, these people are moderators. ये सारे लोग moderators हैं. These are not the mediators. ये आपकी जो भी बीच में जितनी भी चीजें हैं जो उसको ये उसको उसका मैग्नीट्यूड को बढ़ाती हैं, ये उसको इंटेंसिफाई करती हैं. These people are moderators. Again, the esteemed guest today and even myself are acting as moderators today because we are setting some line to you all, like these are the principles to move on. That's very important from that perspective that you really have to understand. Why I am saying so? Because यहाँ पे जितने भी लोग बैठे हैं, आपने पढ़ाई करी, you have done your best of these studies, you have scored so well, perhaps the #1 position among the batch. But that is not the only thing which is fulfilling the criteria. Marks is not the sufficing factor. It is after that your personality. And the first step towards personality is the smile. You really have to carry that first. Because if this goes, half of your personality goes. Believe me or not, and start practicing it from today itself, from now itself. And then I would say that you have to see that what are you aiming at in the life. So in life, we all aims for, particularly aiming for happiness. Am I right? Ultimately, क्या चाहिए क्या? घर पे पेरेंट्स ने इतना पैसा लगाया, आपने इतने एफर्ट्स किए, what for? क्या चाहिए क्या at last? चलो यहाँ से डिग्री भी मिल गई. What else? जॉब भी मिल सकता है एक आध कोई अच्छा. Then what? Happiness. Ultimate goal is happiness. So उससे पहले जितनी भी चीजें हैं वो सब यात्रा है. ये स्कूल एक यात्रा है, एक जॉब एक यात्रा होगा towards attaining happiness. So first of all, you have to see that this happiness is there within you. You are driving that at your own. If you are not driving it at your own, perhaps you are really going to miss out the life's journey. And you may ask certain questions to yourself sometime 5-6 years down the line कि मेरा क्यों नहीं हुआ, मेरा promotion, मेरा job, like there's several other factors, मेरी salary. These all are end results. But the thing is, you really have to see that you keep putting best to yourself, and for that happiness, you really have to have few important aspects which you should at least should be in a position to understand better and even to act upon it. Firstly, keep trying new things in your life and don't ever feel that कि fail हो गए तो क्या होगा. Because happiness is backed by success. और वो जो सक्सेस है वो कई हद तक तभी आएगी जब आप ट्राई करेंगे. बट और उस ट्रायल में जो पहला वर्जन है वो है आपका इंटर्नशिप. ठीक है. You all will try your best of the personalities, your, I would say, best of your knowledge, best of your skill set in during the internship program of those 2 months. As conveyed by Mr. Shekhar, I was actually hearing him. He talked about Kaizen, the quality principle. Kindly implement that in your day-to-day life. That's actually is the need of an hour, brother and sisters. That's very, very important because you really have to understand that how you really have to progress with time. And I'm here representing the global platform. So from that perspective, I would say that when we actually represent India on a global platform, in that case, our responsibility increases because that ways we represent not only our own professionalism but even India as a whole. And today we should be in a position, we are in a position to say that we are such a part of such growing nation which is doing so well, and not just nationally but even at global levels. And and when we sell out our tractors to international locations, and we are operating in more than 150 countries across the globe, it is the moment of pride. Can you ever imagine that some tractor, some product which is being manufactured at Indian ground, Indian soil, and is being exported to international locations, and even one of the best brands in many European countries? Can you imagine that? Can you imagine that sense of pride when someone really sees the product, Indian product, particularly on their land? That actually fills up your heart with full of greatness, with full of, I would say, integrity, and that actually brings meaning to your own people, your own soil, and several other things. Try inculcate all these factors because today, one more thing, being an HR, I would like to speak. You guys are, I would say, most fortunate ones of the society wherein you got the opportunity to learn better and to make several other people earn better tomorrow. आप तो करेंगे ही, संग में और लोग. एग्जाम्पल के तौर पे, because we have our workers operating out at different industries across the globe, and it is because of such learned people like you and me and others, for that matter, and they are earning their livelihood. Just think and imagine about it. उनका घर, उनका रोजी रोटी उससे चल रही है, तो आपके पास एक वो भी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है. इसीलिए मैंने आपको बोला कि बीइंग अ गुड सिटीजन ऑफ द सोसाइटी, तो एक अपनी इतनी सारी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटीज में कि बेटर जॉब, बेटर दिस, बेटर दैट, बेटर पैकेज, कुछ ये भी कहिए कि सोसाइटी को कैसे मैं मदद कर सकता हूं. उसके लिए जरूरी नहीं है कि किसी CSR को ज्वाइन किया जाए या किसी NGO को ज्वाइन किया जाए, बट अपने ऊपर एक रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी लें कि मैं जहां पर जॉब करूंगा, एक कोशिश करूंगा कि जो भी वहां पे वर्कर लेवल या मेरे से नीचे के लोग हैं, उनका जॉब भी उतना ही सेफ चले जितना मेरा चले. बिकॉज AI का भी ट्रेंड आ रहा है संग संग, एंड AI कैन नॉट रिप्लेस योर स्माइल्स. One more thing that I would like to speak. ठीक है, so humans at last are humans. Fine. So, and this smile of human, this emotion brings him actually, and that actually helps him to lead all systems, be it now, be it tomorrow. And people, those who are really going to carry this smile with hardcore professionalism and that, I would say, that urge to serve society, can be the person who can actually make legacy for tomorrow. I don't know, मुझे आप में से कितने लोगों का ये गोल होगा कि लेगेसी सेट करनी है. तो यहाँ पे बैठ के आप भले आज इंजीनियरिंग में कोई भी ब्रांच से पास आउट हो रहे हो, बट एक गोल, एक ऑब्जेक्टिव होना बेहद जरूरी है, बेहद जरूरी है. Because that will help you align yourself better, to develop better confidence, to help you understand, to help you overcome the failures, because failures तो आएंगे ही आएंगे. कहीं इंटर्नशिप करी, किसी ने कहा यार कैसे काम कर रहे हो, ये कैसे सीखा तुमने? इसका मतलब ये नहीं है कि कहीं सीखने में प्रॉब्लम हो गया. एक सॉर्ट ऑफ आई वुड से हर्डल है, यू हैव टू ओवरकम. इसका मतलब ये नहीं कि कल से इंटर्नशिप पे नहीं आएंगे क्योंकि आज किसी ने डांट दिया. ठीक है, इट शुड नॉट बी लाइक दैट, because you really have to come out of these turbulences. You should have that competence. What competence is there? The competence to actually nurture yourself and to overcome all these obstacles in life. Then only you can grow up as a better professional for tomorrow. And believe me, the expectations on the other side are from you. आज आप किसी भी कंपनी में आज अगर if in case you will go as for internship program and you would expect कि यहाँ पे जॉब लग जाए किसी तरह. जॉब तब लगेगा ब्रदर कि जब आप उधर अपना 100% देंगे और उसको एज इंटर्नशिप ना समझ के एक जॉब की तरह करेंगे, क्योंकि जॉब और इंटर्नशिप में काफी फर्क होता है. बट अगर एटीट्यूड एक ही रखा जाए तो काफी हद तक चीजें ईज आउट हो जाती हैं. सो इट इज योर एटीट्यूड एंड बिहेवियर एट लास्ट with respect to the I would say internship, wherever you are going to do that, that will actually define your journey going forward for seeking employment at the same place. Otherwise, that could be one of your aspirations, and that may remain so. Fine. So for that matter, you really have to work harder, because we can only work hard if you really have to fulfill all your dreams, visions, and you really have to set some vision for yourself. ऐसे बस में बिना टिकट पे बैठना विदाउट एनी डेस्टिनेशन मेक्स नो पॉइंट. ठीक है, कि वो जब कंडक्टर आता है एंड देन वी शुड आस्क कि सर कहाँ की टिकट काटूं, तो यू में से कि बस जहां तक जा रही है वहीं की काट दो. अगर डेस्टिनेशन पता ही नहीं है तो देन इट मे बी अ प्रॉब्लम. दैट्स वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट एस्पेक्ट फॉर ऑल ऑफ यू. एंड देन द लास्ट आई वुड से, so I featured this and tried making the best, showcasing all aspects, be it internship, be it job. And from that perspective, I would like to say that being at a job, we hired several other people from this institute in past also. Those people are still working with us in sales and service functions. Alok knows about that. In past also, Alok, we have done certain placements. So those are doing excellently well in international markets. And you really have to grow up, you really have to work harder, you really have to challenge your own self and stay out of your comfort zones, please. Whatever those comfort zones are, please stay out of it. जब तक उससे बाहर नहीं आएंगे तब तक कुछ नहीं होगा. तब तक वो जो जिस कंपनी में आप इंटर्नशिप करेंगे, they will not even think of you absorbing. So here I'm just signing off. If anyone of you have any questions, you may ask them right away. I'm going to address that. Yeah, please. Good in the sessions. I have given you, I believe I have given you enough thought to act upon it. See, I would like to cover up one more thing over here. We all stay in this world which is a VUCA world. पढ़ा होगा आप लोगों ने VUCA world. कितने लोग जानते हैं VUCA? जानता है कोई? नहीं जानता. VUCA एक ऐसा वर्ड है, it is basically the abbreviation which is V stands for volatile, VUCA, VUCA. U stands for uncertainties, C stands for complexities, and A stands for ambiguity. This is a VUCA world. तो जो आप कह रहे हैं वो उसमें क्या रिसेशन, क्या कोविड, क्या कोई नेचुरल क्लैमिटी, सब कुछ होने के आसार हैं. ठीक है, why only recession? We should not speak of only recession over here. So जब इतने सारे challenges हों, so क्या चीज एक मदद कर सकती है? वो है आपका आपके साथ विश्वास, कॉन्फिडेंस, दैट ट्रस्ट. डोंट लूज दैट एवर. फाइन, बिकॉज यहाँ पे जितने भी लोग हैं, ऑप्टिमिज्म एक बहुत बड़ी चीज है. ठीक है, वो जब कॉलेज में पहली बार आए थे तो ऑप्टिमिस्टिक थे कि हमारा करियर बनेगा, हम अच्छे इंजीनियर बनेंगे. हो सकता है बहुत लोग उस वक्त प्रेशर से आ गए होंगे उनमें. ठीक है, ये भी पॉसिबिलिटी है. बट फिर भी उन्होंने जब शुरू किया तो जर्नी अच्छी हो गई, तो उनको लगा यही है. ठीक है. सो द थिंग इज, दिस इज अ मिक्स ब्लेंड ऑफ पीपल. So, but the thing is, we really have to arrive at something that is really going to help us out for better attention of the world, irrespective of all times, whether VUCA, whether whatsoever it is. So, you have to stay very clear and very honest to your own self. Be very confident. You should have an art of even managing the failures, obstacles, because these are the obstacles. And you should also have that sense of belongingness towards society as a whole and towards the industries. Believe me, the moment we start thinking about all these affairs, you are surely going to uh, manage most of your, I would say, hurdles at life. And this is nowhere the philosophy that I'm really sharing with all of you. It is a proven fact that you really have to work hard. And in this entire journey of life, one more answer to your question. I see that your people management skills are also going along. This will help you to lead the ground all times. तो जो वोका वर्ल्ड है ना, उसको अगर जीतना है तो उसके लिए सिर्फ एक ही तरीका है, दैट इज द पीपल मैनेजमेंट. जो आपके स्किल है वो तो है ही है, बट उसके अलावा जो मैनेज करना है वो पीपल मैनेजमेंट करना है. द मोस्ट कॉम्प्लेक्स मशीन मेड बाय गॉड. मोस्ट कॉम्प्लेक्स. आपके तो फिर भी रिपीटेटिव है मशीन्स, हमारे तो वो भी रिपीटेटिव नहीं है. आप अलग, वो अलग, सब अलग है. यहाँ पे अलग अलग लोग बैठे हुए हैं, उनकी पर्सनैलिटीज, उनके थॉट प्रोसेस, उनके बिहेवियर, उनके एटीट्यूड्स डिफर कर रहे हैं. एंड दैट इज व्हाट मेकिंग द चैलेंज, एंड दैट इज व्हाट आई लाइक द मोस्ट. So with that intention, I'm signing off. If any other question, I hope I've answered your. Yeah. Anything else? Perfect. Thank you so much. Over to you.
Thank you so much, sir, for that wonderful speech. And one of the key takeaways was like you have to wear a smile and you can always brave the storms. Thank you so much. Allow me to introduce our next industry expert. It is a great honor for us to welcome Avinash Dubey, sir, Assistant Manager at UVA Lit Coping, to our esteemed gathering. Sir is a dynamic and accomplished professional with extensive expertise in machine tool design and manufacturing. He has a proven track record of leading projects from conception to execution, emphasizing precision engineering and quality control. We kindly request Sir to join us on the dais and share his insights with the gathering.
And also request you to shake your hands once again that he's our alumni of MIT itself. So good afternoon, everyone. So are you feeling good to see our MIT in here? That's really good. So we will start. You can see it's UVL Shopping. It's our company. So I was thinking it's an internship, so you people will be a little bit more aware about how it's run, how company works, and how much should you knowledge have if you are thinking about to have going to be an internship in any company. So who we are? So we are making grinding machines. How I don't know how many people you are here know that what is the grinding and what is the grinding machines. So just we will go with the simple things. So we are making a grinding machine for automotive parts grinding, and it's a very high precision. And we are doing this job for more than 150 years. It will be completed in a soon few years. And you will be well aware we have produced more than 10,000 machines till now. It's a worldwide. It's a Swedish-based MNC, and we have subsidized here in India. So which is 100% owned by it's our main Swedish company. So here are our some major sites
It's a very small. We will go with a quick. You can see we have a Boston, Stockholm, Beijing, Lidköping is Sweden. So what our company goal is productivity, precision, and a lifetime. Whatever we make in industry. So every product have their own goal. When you come for internship, you need to understand what the motive of a company, where they are targeting, how we will meet that target, and how you can contribute to us. It's not only okay you come and you roam on the things. We are also expecting something from you also, right? When you come, you are serious. We will assign you some real project. You have a 2 months for internship, right? So this is our company goal. We make a product which is good for a productivity to increase the productivity. It should be a very precise, and it will be a longer life. You will be very surprised. In a UV chopping, the first machine which I worked, it was made in 1947. Until now, that machine is running very good. So that is also one interesting part of machine which is made by you, and you see after few years ago, 10 years, 20 years ago, and see, oh, this machine now belongs to me. It is made by me. So it will be a proud, right? So this is our company objective. And one important thing I just wanted to take it from sir, like sir say that you have a social responsibility. So there's one small question as a engineers, like we are coming from a core, right? And core engineering is not a shorter path like a CS and IT. It's very long. It's a 5,000-year-old engineering, right? You have so many castings from 200 years old. So it's not going to be obsolete. It will be remain there. So what will be the responsibility as an engineer in a society? What do you think? I will tell you one thing. In 2016, I built a one machine. We call it a centerless grinding machine, where we grind the bearings. And it will be very interesting. We in a 1 minute that machine produces 33 bearings. And I made that machine by myself in 2016. Can you imagine how much bearing that machine has to produce and is roaming all the world? What do you think about this? It's really good. So you need to think about your social responsibility as an engineer. We are here, we will make the world to the next step, right? So that the next generation will be adopt this thing for the other ones. Okay, we will move to other, we will go with a very quick way. So this is two brand names which we make. This one, the UVA belongs to turbojet technologies. We have mechanical engineers here. They are well aware about turbojet technologies, fuel injectors and all. And the second lid chopping brand, we go for the bearings. It's a very interesting thing is in a worldwide 60% of our bearings is grinding in our machines, and 80% of fuel injectors are grinding in our machines. So we are market leaders on these two segments on a grinding machine manufacture. These are the component. It's also one very interesting thing. Most of the people who are not in a technical background, they always think that, okay, who build those machines, who build these parts, right? So we are the person who are building a machine in a backside, and those machines are making these kind of parts of automotives, right? That is the machine tool industry. So you can see there is a multiple parts from automotive which we are making it. These are our some customers from a UVA side. You are well aware about Bosch, Delphi, UAEs and all, Caterpillar. And here the lid chopping some customer details. You can see that from Volkswagen to Daimler, from Bosch to Parker, everywhere we are. So some grinding example just I kept here so that some people can relate, right? It's very dull here. I don't know how much people you are can see that. Okay, we will skip those things if it is not. So, can you see this small parts? This one? This one belongs to hydrogen fuel cell car parts. We are making in our machines, right? So, if you see from older generation to newer generation, maybe many of people have heard hydrogen fuel cell cars, right? So, we are making all of this. Headline was hiding by these things. So, we are grinding and this area. Mainly, why we grinding? We grinding for the high precision, better accuracy, good surface finish, and good geometry dimensions, right? So some of a few example of grinding applications and just a picture so that you can understand how grinding machine looks like. I don't know how many people you have seen. So these are some real machine pictures which we have developed and is running in many of places. These are some phase, ID, OD and seat. You can see this part is the fuel injector. I don't know how much people you can recognize, right? And this is the needle part. The interesting part is this is the this is the substitute of this part. Both part we are grinding, right? And we grind in a single setup. So I don't know when you come for industry, you see these machines here is maybe it's not so much attractive to you. But the interesting part is when you come to industry for industrial training or the job, then you will be see how it's working. Many of thousands of applications from electrical and electronics. You have a read this. Machine tool is a whole system. It's not only mechanical. We have electronics, we have a software, we have a programmer, we have everything. Because the person need to interact with a machine, machine should interact with a person, right? So there are so many things. I don't know, have you imagined one motor or spindle is rotating with a 2.5 lakh RPM. And how it should be, the noise comes from that spindles. It's very interesting. And one story I will tell you here. When I was building my first machine, whenever I assemble the machine, I always think like, okay, when it start rotating, it will come out or not? Because it was my first machine. So when you come to internship, you will see, you will interact with the people, you will know, you will take a feeling. You will take the feeling from machines. How much it should be, how it should be. You will take the nomenclature. You will take the whole environment. There's a lot of things. It's not just to go and watch and see. And in the industry, we don't like those people who keep their pocket like this and watching like this. I hate those people. You need to ask questions. And I believe if you are a real engineer, then you have thousands of questions on every topic. It's endless, right? So suppose this is a machine, you will see, you will learn, you will think, and there are so many, whatever the mechanism you have read it in your college, from electrical side to mechanical, from, sorry, I'm not from civil, so that point will be left. So everything, whatever you're thinking, you will have a next generation technology there, right? And then you can think, okay, we have a monitor, we are monitoring vibrations on a live machines is running. Okay, we have a feedback. If vibration goes, okay, machine stop by itself. We are making a machines who is taking decision by itself. This part is okay or this part is not okay, and machine is also taking automatic correction by itself also. If this part, the current part is a bad, in the next part it will be correct by itself. You don't need to interrupt. So if you ask about the new technology, how we building it now, the new technology says that human-free machine. The person who asks about recession, I have a simple answer to you. Are you able to make that machine who is a human-free? Are you able to maintain those kind of machine? If you are yes, then you will be in the market, I'm sure. It's a new generation technology. You have to adopt it, you have to learn it. It's very, very simple. If you know how it works, then you are on the right place. Okay, we will move to some small applications. You can see it's grinding wheels. It's a very simple application. It's ID grinding and it's OD grinding. And here you can see we have some tools mounting. And here we hold up the parts. So just a basic for
सर्टिफिकेशन की जरूरत होती है। बहुत सारी एजेंसीज हैं जो आपको सर्टिफाइड करती हैं, बीटेक, एमटेक, एमबीए, लाइक दैट. So your institution is very, very excellent. It is worldwide known, and you people are very, very talented. And obviously, you have given us a very good role in the industry in the past, like Mr. Avinash. So I would like to say that recession is a good fear, as one of my friends said. So everyone has a recession fear. Like Corona, everybody was down. There was, as Mr. Akash said, that happiness has gone. तो खुशी जब दिल से निकल जाती है तो फिर कुछ करने लायक होता नहीं है। फिर हमारी जितनी भी एक्सपर्टीज होती है, जितने भी टैलेंट्स होते हैं, वो सब हम उनको भूल करके सिर्फ एक चीज ध्यान में रखते हैं, व्हाट विल बी आवर फ्यूचर. So people like you and us, we are in industry and engineers, उनको ये सोचना ही नहीं है कि हमारा रिसेशन में क्या होगा. इस डर को आप निकालिए, because you are a special people, you are a special team, you have very good talent, you have very good teachers, lecturers, professors, mentors, administrators, and you have very good environment. So मिस्टर आकाश ने एचआर के बारे में बहुत इतनी बातें कह दी हैं कि अब मेरे को कुछ कहने की जरूरत है नहीं. ही हैज वेरी गुड एक्सपीरियंस. इन्होंने अपने दिल की बातें खोल के रख दी हैं. डेफिनेटली आपकी इंस्टीट्यूशन में एक अपना कल्चर है, बट व्हेन यू स्टेप आउट टू ए न्यू कंपनी, योर प्रोफेशन, डेफिनेटली वो एक डर होता है और एक सीखने के लिए चाहत भी होती है. कभी खुशी कभी गम दोनों चीजें होती हैं. उस टाइप का वो पूरा एक ह्यूमन फियर रहता है. तो उसको मीट करने के लिए आपको अपनी टैलेंट और अपना जो कल्चर है या जो आपकी इंटरनल कैपेबिलिटीज हैं, उनको उस शेप में ढालने के लिए आपको अपनी कंपनी में योगदान देना पड़ता है ताकि आपको अच्छा एक आउटपुट मिल सके. ऑब्वियसली यू मस्ट हैव गुड मेंटर एट योर न्यू जॉब पोजीशंस. सो मेरे ख्याल से तो अभी बहुत कुछ टेक्निकल और एचआर से रिलेटेड बातें हो गई हैं, बट आई वुड अप्रिशिएट, आई वुड थैंक एवरीवन हियर, मिस्टर आलोक, मिसेस माधुरी, डायरेक्टर सर, and the entire administration team, that we are proud that you have given us a chance to speak out in front of you with our experiences. And in future also we will be more prepared. Before we come here, we have not thought that this will be the session, but whatever we are giving you, we are means presenting our views, may be useful to you, or you can contact anytime through Mr. Alok. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your enlightening words. Now we open the floor for a Q&A session. If any of the attendees would like to ask our esteemed industry experts any questions.
Did you ask them to ask more questions?
Yes. I think you can see their face. Everyone is hungry, is it? My dear students, I think you could see the heart speak. They have spoken right from their heart that they are here for you and how much internship can help you. Talking to machine is something very aptly said by Avinash. Part of your internship is what you have to do. Get onto the floor. Talk to the machine, talk to the building, talk to the infrastructure. Then only you get to know the entire body part of it, right? So with this, I'm sure there are a lot of takeaways, even though you don't ask questions towards the end of it. Few questions in the was good, and I'm really thankful to you. I missed your talk, but from Mr. Iqbal, I could make out that he has put across how, from the HR perspective, they look at you. What is that they want to give you as part of internship? Take it very seriously. You can see the small aspect of it, they're talking about microns, getting to the level of micron to understand aspects that you will not get in your book. You cannot even feel what is micron. 10 to power minus 6 is okay. And then he says micron, and then he explains to you the bales nuts of this machine and the precision of it, which is beyond microns, you have to actually go and see how is it performing, right? You could see the machine in picture and it was really exciting to see that you have machines between and you will have to really walk and talk with machine. So it is that exciting, my dear students. It's very important. Come onto the floor and try to experience, touch, feel, see. That will make a difference. So with that, great thanks to all of you for sparing your time. I have conveyed my special thanks to our MD, Mr. Parangwal. He was very forthcoming and we are very thankful that he could spare. And thank you, Mr. Akash. Mr. Akash has made a special offer. He said recently they have opened up a based tractor manufacturing around in Noida, and he says if there is someone who is really interested to work in that area, you could actually reach out and so that's the benefit, my dear students. You may not liking me coming under the lead, but I cannot stop myself. You know, I have to be in you because I have to tell you and make you believe. But when you go out from this campus, go with full conviction, we know that you have so much opportunity that we can pick up from the ocean of opportunities. Thank you for being there with us and the last part of it. Stay with us to just extend our gratitude to the industry experts while I request Professor Dr. Manoj Pandey sir to say they have already, it was already done, but again, there is an added question. They are all hungry. I think they don't want to ask. Okay, so over to you.
So just again, this will be to say thanks to our industry guest this morning, this afternoon. This spent their valuable time here. In the beginning, I told you about. Now our task is let's grab the opportunity which is coming our own way. And please be understand that these are the unique opportunities that are coming on your own way. But try to find out that your own, it will be quite difficult for you. Because we have the collaboration with them, we have the links with them, and we are in constant connect with them. That's why they are kind enough to come and spare these valuable times. Because whole site now that has been wasted or invested or whatever, we understand it for now. But they have a lot of things to do in their organizations. They are working for that organization. And now they understand their responsibility towards you, towards the young generation of the country. That's why they are here. Now let us it's our chance now, our turn now, how we can reciprocate the same. And that's why every time we are telling, let us be serious now. Even when I'm there, there are few people there, they're still using their mobile phones. उनके लिए खड़ा कर देगा राहुल को ना पीछे आपके आगे वाले yeah continuously they are working on their mobiles. I don't know what they are checking. They're searching something in mobile. Whatever you are telling or verifying, perhaps no. जाओ बेटा. That's the problem because again I am telling you, let us be serious now. जितना ज्यादा आप सीरियस होंगे उतनी अपॉर्चुनिटी अच्छी अपॉर्चुनिटी यू विल ब्रिंग फॉर यू you can see right now and the similar things will continue and I will say how and my industry colleagues will compliment me that there is a huge requirement of the core branches coming up in future especially for the mechanical and manufacturing. Now let us understand, are we ready for that? Electrical engineer, for electrical engineer, electronics engineer, demand is there, I must say. If I'm wrong, you can please tell me. There is huge scarcity of the people in the market. But of course, you should have the right skills for that. And what are the right skills that these people are telling you? Those who are really in that area, in that field, working day and night, understanding the system, facing the problem, resolving the concern day to day out, they will be speaking in front of you about these things. So that is the essence of these 7-day mega event that we have organized. Everywhere, honestly, in the morning we have another session for CSC and this is continuing from yesterday, and we had a huge inaugural session in the morning, and that will be continuing for next 7 days. Similarly, these type of industry leaders are coming, interacting with you, discussing with you what all going on. They will not offer you directly right now. They will take their nominations, and that selection process will take different, altogether different process. And that selection process is not that it's so easy. Because for internship, again, they will have to test you. Either you are ready for that or not. So those sessions will make you ready for these things. So my suggestion to all of you will be attend that with full sincerity, preparedness, effort, attentive. It's not that we are speaking from here and we are getting into your mobile phones and all that. No, leave this project for some time. I must tell you, this is the time now. Let us be very, very serious because we are going to take India the Viksit Bharat. कौन सा है ना? Sorry, country 47. All they remember. और जब हम लोग विकसित भारत में एंटर होंगे, इंक्लूडिंग मी, ऑल दे विल गेट रिटायर्ड. आप नहीं होंगे शायद. All others will get retired from those who are standing here. So who will be taking advantage of it? Who will take advantage of it? You only. So contribute into it. And I must say, the manufacturing and electronics and electrical playing an important role in that. Without machines, nothing going to happen. Without infrastructure, nothing going to happen. Believe that, remember that, put that in the back of your mind. आपको लगता है ना सिर्फ कंप्यूटर वालों को जॉब मिलेगी. Go now, bad days gone now. Dr. Bhanari, आप बता सकते हो that we are right now we are connecting lots of industries and where we need people from आपके हमसे भी आया था from their organization also. हमने बोला आप लेट आए because we have already done whatever is left we have already done for the perhaps. They have selected two आपने select किए थे. And कुछ कंपनी ऐसे हैं जहाँ को बच्चे नहीं दे पा रहे हैं. We don't have. But there was requirement. अभी Carl Jess, क्या था? Carl Jess, big organization. They are asking mechanical and mechatronics. आप गूगल करिए उस कंपनी के बारे में. Then see. But we don't have the student now to give them. Late आए वो. Similarly, there are huge requirements. Serious only means when I talk about serious only, then serious in every aspect. Whenever any call is coming, always you should be in well at good attire. That's the first requirement. That's the first impression of yours. It shows that you are positive for this thing. Positivity plays an important role first. Be always positive for your life. And you have all the reasons to be positive, be enthusiastic. I told you, you are the people, those who are entering into the Viksit Bharat. When your country is going to be developed country, understand what will be that time. But if you will not be prepared, nothing will going to happen. Somebody else will go come from outside, US से आएंगे हमारे यहाँ and they will be enjoying our Viksit Bharat. Like अभी हम लोग कर रहे हैं US का development को enjoy. This will happen otherwise. So my point here will be, let us get into that, let us get prepared, let us acquire all the skills that will be required. Skills are very, very important. Again, I'm telling you, knowledge society we are in right now. अगर knowledge नहीं है, skill नहीं है, basic knowledge नहीं है किसी भी subject की, you can't do anything. Fundamentals clear करने start कर दीजिए अभी अपने आप. All right. So with this again, thank you very much for spending your valuable time, and we are really highly obliged. And thank you for you. And then next one, let's see. And then there are many coming things. So we will attend all these things. We'll pay enthusiasm again. All right. So thank you very much. Thank you. देखिए, आपके पिताजी ने, आपकी फैमिली ने आपके ऊपर इतना पैसा लगा करके इस इंस्टीट्यूशन में भेजा है। उन्होंने ब्लाइंड गेम खेला है कि मेरा बच्चा कल को इस लेवल पे जाएगा, इस पोजीशन पे जाएगा। बहुत अपॉर्चुनिटीज है, जैसे सर ने बोला। अभी जैसे एरोस्पेस में काफी कुछ डेवलपमेंट हो रहा है इंडिया में, सेमीकंडक्टर पे भी आई थिंक कुछ हो रहा है। बहुत सारी ऐसी कंपनीज है जो यूएस चाइना ना जा करके इंडिया में लग रही हैं बिकॉज ऑफ मेक इन इंडिया कॉन्सेप्ट। तो उस कंडीशन को ध्यान में रखते हुए आप अपने आप को बहुत स्पेशल फील करिए। आप लोग स्पेशल है, ऐसा मत सोचिए कि पता नहीं मेरा क्या होगा। तो आप लोगों को सेल्फ मोटिवेट होना पड़ेगा, अपनी अपना पाथ एक्सप्लोर करना पड़ेगा। बहुत अपॉर्चुनिटीज है और ऐसा नहीं है कि ये खत्म होने वाला है, ये एंडलेस है। तो मैन, मशीन और मैन पावर, ये तीनों जब तक रहेंगी, जब तक यहाँ पे डेवलपमेंट चलता रहेगा। So please be positive, be means serious as he said. So you will get all the things what you want except 5 days working. Normally culture ये होता है 6 figure 5 figure सैलरी हो और 5 day वर्किंग हो। तो 5 day वर्किंग पे ना जाइए, 6 day वर्किंग कीजिए, 7 day वर्किंग कीजिए। Then later you have enough opportunities for you. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, sir. We will now open some discussion remember to ask student guests present on the dais. I will request Dr. Madhuri Kumari ma'am and Dr. Manish Pandey sir to felicitate our guests.
आइए सर।
We would like to felicitate Mr. Raj sir and Mr. Ganesh Dubey sir.
Can we have a special Same here, same here. Abhiram, you're doing great. बहुत अच्छा लगा.
We would now like to felicitate Mr. Akash Saxena sir. Can you please have a round of applause?
Thanks for coming.
Thank you so much. Can you please come forward?
Yeah, we'll have a group photograph. Thank you.
Students, your location before you leave. Yeah.
Good afternoon to all the illustrious figures of the industry, esteemed faculty members, and fellow peers. With great enthusiasm, my co-host and I, representing Amity School of Engineering and Technology, extend a warm welcome to the XConnect Internship Fair 2024. We are positively thrilled to have you grace us with your presence here today. This year, our theme revolves around the idea that industry internships are indeed the gateway to professional success. These experience but also serve as invaluable networking opportunities, offering practical skills essential for quick starting a thriving career in various domains. They offer a sneak peek into the real world industry practices, foster skill enhancement, and even pave the way for potential job offers post graduation. Essentially, they are the golden ticket to a rewarding professional journey. We are genuinely excited to host each one of you here today and firmly believe that this event will offer unparalleled insights and exposure to all participants. After all, as they say, internships, because making copies and photocopies is the first step to becoming CEO. Let us make most of this opportunity together.
Amity University, as a leading world class institution, is committed to providing its students with a robust industry academia linkage with a platform for empirical inquisition. We are privileged to collaborate with the industry in hosting this insightful session where we aim to bridge the gap between academia and the dynamic industrial world. It is our utmost pleasure to extend a warm welcome to Professor Dr. Manoj Kumar Pandey, sir, the Director of Amity School of Engineering and Technology. With an illustrious career spanning 19 years in academics and additional 5 years in the industry, Sir brings a wealth of experience to our institution. Uh, it is with immense respect and admiration that we invite Sir to deliver the welcome address. Can we have a huge round of applause for Sir?
Thank you, Harsh. And again, good afternoon to all. Good afternoon. Post lunch. Good afternoon. See, as I said in the beginning, in the first session itself, this is the training sessions for you. Now, the training is where we should remain enthusiastic. We should be excited all the time. So, with this, can I again say good afternoon? And I hope because very important sessions are being planned for you. And before I start speaking to you, I must welcome to our industry guests this afternoon and thankful to them for sparing their valuable time. Dear industry leaders, these are the students of sixth semester, those who have mandatorily go for the internships after their sixth semester. And they had been trained, groomed, and till now, but it's only classroom and laboratory till laboratory. And now they are ready to proceed their career progression towards coming towards the industry, and they want to have the feel and they want to have the exposure of the industry because at the end these are the people those who are going to become the professionals and they will be the ingredients for you. But having said that, dear students, this is the third session that we are moving. Third or fourth?
Today is third.
Today it is third. Today itself it is third. In the morning we had, I hope you all had been attending the first session of by OHSL and again AI, machine learning and all the infused technologies. And after that we had a session for core branches, mechanical, civil, electrical of the companies related to the core branches only. And now again we are resuming for you. And you know that all these 3-4 sessions we are having till now, the type of the industry leaders we are being inviting and they are coming to us is really, really incredible. And that we are thankful to them. And we understand that they are here for us, for you, and they understand their responsibility towards the new professionals, the students. So for that, we can have a huge round of applause for them, those who are here. Use that all I want from back, this, that, every side. Some people are still not convinced. I mean, they do not want to open their hands because this clapping is not only they're welcoming that it is some exercise as well. I have yes. So do not have any kind of agitation on clapping because at the day end we are the country who always believe on our guests are that most important for us. So and now since these people have came here to interact with you, to guide you, and to tell you about what all the trends are right now going on, how the industry is shaping, evolving rather. And for the field, I mean computer, although every field now, but especially for the computer science engineering, the artificial intelligence, and these type of technology evolves very fast. And that not only evolve, but that technology becoming obsolete very fast. Now, what will be required? The requirement is not many time. I must say now, please remember this thing. In your total career span, you will require to do a lot of skilling, reskilling, and unskilling. Be ready for that. Don't hesitate that. In our time, people used to spend 10 years and decade and 5 years in Fortran programming, COBOL programming. 5 years we are doing COBOL programming only or Fortran programming. I think you have not heard all this technology also. Have you heard all these packages? Long back we used to use that. But nowadays, today is something else, tomorrow is something else. What is the technology we are doing today? Tomorrow it is going to be obsolete. That much resilience is required in your characteristics. That much reskilling and unskilling will be required for you. And hence, that much opportunities are available for you. A lot of huge number of opportunities are waiting for you outside. I must say, people used to say there are huge recession in the market, but I must say there is a huge demand also. But there is a big but here. Skill is the important now. People will ask you when you go outside what exactly skills you possess. That's why I told skilling, unskilling, and reskilling will be very, very important for your career span. So, and this 7 days will be a great training platform for you. Attend all the sessions carefully, understand each and every aspect of it, and then this will give you an extra edge on whatever your learning is there. This will be a different type of experiential learning for you. So, with this, once again, I welcome our industry guests this afternoon and my appreciation and best of wishes for you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for such a wonderful welcome address. So, the first industry expert that we have with us today is Mr. Harish Saha. He is currently serving as the director at Grant Thornton Bharat LLP, bringing over 17 years of industry experience to his role. Before joining Grant Thornton, he held senior positions at Deloitte MTS, among others. Recognized as a seasoned executive, we are privileged to have him join us today. We now invite Harish Saha sir to share a few words with the gathering. Over to you, sir.
Good afternoon, all. As Sir said that, okay, this is a post lunch good afternoon. Okay, I understand that. But see, this is very important, means tenure which you are actually running right now. And uh, I've just started my career from MS DOS. How many people knows MS DOS? There was a operating system at that point of time, right? It is still there at the kernel level. I started my career when there was no Windows. The whole game was together through MS DOS. Then eventually we learned that okay, the nature of evolvement of the automation. We call it automation, right? So when you see that, okay, when you see that uh, every problem that has been addressed is an opportunity today, right? Means the cyber. I'm having 18 years of experience, and that too I came to know about cyber in last 8 years. Prior to that, I was serving the industry, serving the IT. We have started my career from networking to this level. So as sir said that okay, it's all required to learn and unlearn. Okay, and that's where the all means part of life that goes. That is the main importance which you have to take care. Right now, I mean from cyber perspective, the people nowadays you are also hearing that okay, there are lots of opportunities there from cyber security point of view, right? There are, but there is a huge competition around it. So you have to understand okay, what is need to be addressed. Government is here and there, even in the market you see that okay, there are lots of advisories going on, right? Not to share passwords, right? uh, Data encryption, data localization. So all these are a buzzword and that has been started addressing. Now what I brings to you, I thought that okay, this is the opportunity for me also to address you that okay, what is going in the market right now. You have heard of IT, right? IT is what? Information technology. Have you heard of OT? How many people have heard of OT? It's operational technology, right? IT and OT, there are two parts to it. When we say operational technology, where it is? So there are machineries in the industry, right, which are connected through IT to have the meaningful outcome which people can understand. Because you can't understand the machine language like that, we are actually learning the IT from that point of view. So there is a huge requirement running in the market related to OT security. When we say OT is operational technology security, people are well familiar about IT. They know about antivirus, they know about firewalls, they know about routers and all. But to address OT security, it's altogether a very different and very new niche area to address. There are people I've worked with, people whom we have taken intern last year, and these guys are now well equipped with their means the areas which they have learned right now. And if you see from that point of view, their area of knowledge is very different because they have not spoiled from a world that called IT that is already very known to the people. We say that okay, IT is much mature area. Right? Most of the people now understand that okay, this is the network. There are means vulnerabilities in the network. You know about vulnerabilities, right? Is a loopholes. Okay, when we say loopholes in the operating systems, from where the attackers gain the access when they want to means to have unauthorized access and actually means do the damage to the systems or to the firm. But in OT area, this is very different. Now, what is happening in the industry? Now, industry wants to integrate with IT because machine are individually running in silos, but to have more outcome, they need to connect to IT. IT, for that matter, means to the information technology area, to the internet. But these operational technologies are not well means safe to expose to the external world, right? So now they need a different treatment for the security. That's where actually we have in Grand Fountain, we have a service line, specific service line which address OT security. We are actually from last 2 years we have evolved in this service line, we are actually means put on up the shoes all together, and we have an industry offering for that. And there are very less people in the market who knows OT security very well, because everyone is taught through the IT. You people are very good in learning the things from IT perspective. IT's stream is very specific. Somewhere goes to networking areas, some goes to software areas, okay, and some goes to the security areas, right? So there are three different streams to IT. But in OT, there is a specific single stream that is there. It's the operational technology security. We call it industrial control system security. So this is where means I just want to actually give you this perspective. I hope no one has given you this perspective that okay, OT security will be the next 5 year. You can say that wherein lots of means opportunities open in that area, because government have also seen that okay, this is a very you can say that important and critical area which they have not addressed from last so many years, right? Now this is the time when OT has to integrate with IT, but how to integrate, that is a challenge, because you can't expose your machineries to internet because the protocols are not meant for that. How many knows about the protocols? TCP IP protocols you have heard of, right? One is the IP protocol, one is the TCP protocol. What is the difference between both? The difference between IP and TCP?
Anyone?
Yeah, please, please. OSI layer?
Yeah, this one.
It was working. Yes.
So both these protocols work at different layers. So as the IP protocol works at the network layer, and then we have the TCP and UDP, they work simultaneously. TCP is transmission control, retransmits the packet which is sent, and then UDP is like for video conferencing and stuff like that. So that's
okay. So you are right, means in terms of that, okay, differentiating it from a layer point of view. But IP is a TCP is a connection oriented protocol, right? It needs the end to end connection, right? And IP is an open protocol, right? We use it very frequently in the internet because that's called a IP datagram, right? Because it can it has a capability to traverse. Okay? But to convert it to a meaningful aspect, TCP needs it, right? That's what we call it TCP IP protocol. If you guys, there is a book of TCP IP protocol. If you go through that, the complete list of TCP IP protocol, I tell you that okay, you will be the next means IT expert of your own, because it defines what is the exact ports that is needs to require to communicate to each other. Okay, this is not from a networking perspective. Even for a software, if you have to open a website, port 80, everybody knows that okay, it's the HTTP protocol, right? But when it needs to a secure communication, what is that protocol? 443, right? That HTTPS. But on top of, there are many other protocols that are now working, which you will learn in terms of cybersecurity, right? When it comes to cryptography, when it comes to encryption. Now in OT, these TCP IP, this definition of OT communication is very different. There is no more TCP IP there. There are very different protocols which machines can learn, machine can speak about. That's where the challenge is. That's where the addressing the OT security is a very niche area where we are doing. And OT cannot means we say that okay, operational technology only meaningful once it is interacting with IT. But when it comes to interact with IT, it has to have a safe communication with IT. That's where OT security lies, in between, right? You have heard of OSI layer. Now there is a different model, okay, altogether, which are coming nowadays, which is called micro segmentation. It's, I hope I'm not actually. This is all you are aware about segmentation, right? Segregation of network. This is the most basic things. But now industries are moving towards micro segmentation. They are actually thinking of how the network can be segregated, how the overall areas of a particular, you can say that communication can be segregated to a application level, to the software level. It means that, okay, once it is tagged with one of the communication, it's called a tag, it can only communicate to that tag. That kind of security is required nowadays. This is called zero trust architecture. How many of you have heard of zero trust architecture? Right? So zero trust is a new term which has been qualified from a cybersecurity point of view, which means that verify everything in your phone, whatever is you are getting, means installing it in this phone, verify it, whether it is genuine, okay, whether it is means protected and being safe for your means phone or laptop. So that's the one first term. The second term is that, okay, apply least privilege. What does this mean? Apply least privilege. Does anyone knows about it? Yeah.
Peter, can you please stand up?
Exactly. Yeah. So apply least privilege means you rightly mentioned it. Okay. Uh, only means it's been access being provided to those on the need to know basis. Whoever are authorized, okay, only those being provided with the access. That's the apply least privilege. You cannot be open for the access for all.
Sorry, there is a request coming in. Probably the students at the back, they are not able to hear you. So if you could use.
Now it is okay.
Is it okay, students?
Am I audible? Yeah. Yeah. So I hope you've got the gist of it, but I was discussing means let me actually. So I was just talking about the zero trust architecture. Okay. You have heard of cybersecurity for a means that, okay, we need to secure our own means important and critical assets. When we say assets, is the information, okay, which is floating at around, which is very confidential to a firm, to a country, which needs to be safeguarded from the threats or from the hackers. Means you know about hackers, okay? They can gain access to the authorized environment and can do the damage. So I was just talking about a different area, which is OT security, and for that means, in continuation of that, I comes to the segmentation part of it. So I was just mentioning that, okay, how zero trust is also applying to the industry. It applies to both IT and OT. Okay, and from cyber perspective, it's very important now to verify everything, apply least privilege, and the third and important principle is assume breach. You have to assume breach, then only you can protect your system or the facilities which you are actually safeguarding. So from that perspective, I just want to give you a thought process that, okay, when you are thinking of getting into a cybersecurity, just think of all these areas where you can be there and you can. It's not a means one day task to get into all these things. It's a learning basically. It's a long shot, and when you evolve in this particular area, you must have all these means areas which you can cover, because nobody in industry will tell you about that, okay, OT security is this, right? Because now you are getting into that stage, you are getting into the industries things. You should have a perspective that, okay, there is a term called OT security which you can be the part of, right? And the second is cloud, right? Now everyone is talking about cloud post COVID. You see that, okay, the adoption of cloud is increasing, and the necessity of having cloud is also means from a industry perspective. Yeah. So from cloud perspective, uh, why cloud is required basically? Why people are opting or industries are opting for cloud? There are two important aspects to it. One is the modernization of the infrastructure, right? Because cloud tends to be a very fancy word, but they are equipped with the hyperconverged infrastructure. When we say hyperconverged, is the very high scale infra which is capable of processing lots of information. That's called hyperconverged infra, and it's equipped with virtualization. It's all term which you can learn in your curriculum. So this is all equipped of that. Now, from that perspective, the industries which wants to modernize their infrastructure and don't want to spend time to bring their own infrastructure up, they want to tend to move on to the infrastructure which is readily available. That is cloud, right? The second part is that the securities which are there, which a firm needs to prepare for their on-prem infrastructure. On-prem means the infrastructure which is there provided in the facility, which you can touch, which you can feel. That's called physical infrastructure. And cloud is there somewhere in the cloud, means it's in the place which is there, virtual to you. Okay. How many of you knows about the cloud service provider? You knows about AWS, right? What else? Azure, IBM, yes, to that end. GCP, Google Cloud Platform, right? And how many you of knows about the deployment? Yes. Which deployment? Yes. IaaS, PaaS, SaaS. What is the difference between all these? I think lots of you knows about it. Okay, IaaS is basically the infrastructure is being provided by the cloud service provider. Okay, and rest of the services is the firms or the organization's responsibility. PaaS is operating system and the underlying infrastructure is being provided by the cloud service provider, and the service is the responsibility of the organization. Third is software as a service, right? So software as a service is most, you can say, that tricky platform wherein everything is provided by the cloud service provider, right? Now, how to address the cyber security of all these? So when you see that, IaaS is wherein the organization is having major responsibility to play, right? The CSP have very less responsibility of infrastructure. So both organization and CSP has to ensure about the security of the IaaS. Now PaaS, now see that there is a responsibility graph is going down, right? Now the platform and infrastructure is the cloud service provider responsibility, but organization has to take care of the services. Still a mix of both. But for SaaS, everything is provided by the CSP. The control from the organization is very less, right? But they have to ensure the security to opt for that service. So there are means to address those aspects. So nowadays, industries are looking for, you can say that, people who understand the cloud security very well, who understand the virtual private channels or the language which CSP speaks, right? Segmentation again comes here. Zero trust again applies to it. Okay, there are specific offering to zero trust people for cloud because the principle is same, and same goes with the OT. See, I'll leave you with the thought. Okay, there are so many things. I don't want to confuse you. There is ample opportunities in terms of addressing these things. The niche areas which industries are looking as of now is the OT security, cloud security, right? And for that matter, cyber security is a very big term to address. All these are very subpart to it. Yeah. So I'm still there. Means if you have any doubt, I want to address that. Okay. And open to the forum that, okay, do you have any questions related to this? Okay, you can ask. So as I mentioned that, okay, in OT security, we last 2 years we are working in this area and we have evolved like anything. If you see, Grant Thornton Bharat Limited is known for this area, and we have addressed lots of sector, power sector, energy sector, the manufacturing sector. So all these businesses are there which we are addressing, and we have we have means from last 2 years we have hired 3-4 interns who are working on the OT security areas, and they are doing very well because now they are because the niche nature of this requirement and tends to groom them in a way that okay, now the language which they speak is to the industry's part, and that's what actually and from a grant content perspective and from a cyber perspective, we are having 8 service line. One is the cyber security is a basic part, but the strategy and governance, risk compliance, infrastructure, cloud, and OT, which I am leading basically. That is one service line. The other part is the resiliency, crisis management, right? That is also one service line. And similarly goes to the ISO audit. These are the general regulatory audit, which actually firm has to comply with. So all these areas actually we are actually looking for the interns, and there is a process. We generally means from a yearly perspective, there is a strategy within the firm that okay how to go for the organic approach of hiring fresh minds. Okay, you people are very fresh mind, means tend to learn so many things. Okay, so this is where actually we are actually investing hugely on this area, and we believe that okay from this session you guys be opting for this kind of areas which I've just mentioned, and the firm is open for that. Okay, and there is a specific program which we actually means from our company perspective. There is a specific team which talks about the internship, and there is a process which we will actually connect with the team over here. Okay, we are very well connected, and we had a discussion, and that's where the new year our basically financial year close in March, as you all know that. Okay, now the FY24 and 25. Again, there are lots of opportunities and lots of requirement which we need to address, and we need a huge task force behind that. So there are two parts to, as I mentioned. One is the organic and inorganic. We believe in organic approach. We believe that okay, the fresh mind can address so many. You can say that problems which can be addressed through you. Yeah, and happy to discuss any questions. Okay, which comes to your mind. I'm still there. Okay, and we will be connected.
Thank you so much, Mr. Hart, to bring at the forefront the most trending technology, which is cybersecurity. So, dear students, as we see a hard stop in terms of time from Mr. Harsh, before he is out from this stage, we will take few questions which comes to your mind pertaining to what he has discussed. Few questions, yeah, please.
Take mic,
please.
Take the mic and go on.
Can you please introduce yourself before starting the question? Yeah.
Good afternoon, sir. I'm Sarthak from BTech IT. Sir, I just wanted to ask that what kind of if I get selected or if I work as an intern, then what kind of projects I will be working on, or the projects on which you are actually going to invest? Like, are there same like the topics you discuss, like OT cybersecurity, cloud, or there are some different ones?
So, yes, once you are selected, as I mentioned, there are multiple service lines within cyber. Okay. If you got selected in cyber, so you will get the opportunity to work with all the service lines. Okay. Considering your area of aspiration, okay. When I say aspiration, okay, you may be good in terms of handling and learning the things from a cloud security context, right? So it's all depends. It may happen that okay, we call it a process. We call it a process to the maturity, right? That's what we have defined our designation system like that. You start with intern, then you tend to get to a designation called analyst, then senior analyst, then consultant, then senior consultant, right? So this is the way ladder goes on. And once you define yourself in a particular area, it may happen that you start with one service line, you tend to know that people often discussing it with you about your aspiration, what are you doing right now, what are you good at. So there are performance, you can say that discussion also happens in the company. Then this is your area of skill set. means you will decide your path, okay, and you will get from that perspective that okay, there is open for all. We call it open for all, certified to serve kind of environment. So once we decide that we see that okay, you are good in addressing the cloud security, you will get the opportunity to work in this area. So this is our test.
And sir, currently, like you are only working with cybersecurity or there are other things?
So I am from Cyprus. I actually Cyprus, so most of the work that I'm working is from cyber perspective only. But there are other areas because the grandfather is not only cyber. There are other functions we call it factors. Tax practice is there, audit practice is there, right? Digital practice is there. So we call it a collaboration between the practices. So once it requires collaboration, we are looking at these areas, right? But from a cyber perspective, my skill set allows that I can address the problems. Right? It's all about skill set, guys. Means you after this internship, your college is over, you will be selling yourself, right? And you will be selling your skill set. That's very important. If you have skill set, you can address that problem, requirement, it stays with all yours. There are ample opportunities that okay, there is no means you can say that there are lots of opportunities in the market. But who has specific skill?
Any other questions, my dear students? Any questions?
So I just presented a thought about OT security and cloud security. Okay. This is a different niche area, which you need to think of. And wherever it is possible, since you are actually, there are lots of data available in the internet. If you Google it, okay, OT security in the industry, you'll find lots of material there, right? Start, opt in for it, just learn for it, even for cloud security. Okay. It will give you an edge to the area, to the subject, which you can discuss further, right? And industry believes that okay, you're not experienced, right? But you're knowledgeable. Your knowledge speaks basically. That's the area where you will differentiate from a different person because you are almost fielded guys over here, right? Not all will get the internship. What is the key to get the internship? That will be your knowledge. Your knowledge is basically on the subject. You're not actually acquiring expertise as of now, but we need something that okay, we can urge that okay, this person is quite capable of handling. Right? I'll leave it to that thought.
Thank you, Mr. Harsh. So it is so very imperative, the information coming across to you. Skilling is very important. Adding certification, maybe formal, informal, in form of learning is going to be a great add-on. Like he mentioned very clearly, you all know about cybersecurity part. Adding OT to it is going to give you a different edge altogether. So that's the outcome that's coming across, additional information about what industry is into, which is not there very upfront in your classroom teaching. Thank you, Mr. Harsh, for sparing your time, and that was a lovely talk and know-how that you shared with our students.
Thank you so much, ma'am. We are very pleased to invite our next industry expert to the podium. Allow me to introduce Mr. Shubham Mehta, who currently serves as the head of AI at Dynap, who has also been the senior data scientist at Metron team, bringing with him an impressive 9 years of experience in data science and machine learning. May I request sir to the podium and kindly address the audience.
Hey, hi young people. I just feel a bit envy and kind of like at what age and time you are in.
I think this would be better.
Yeah. Hello. Yeah. So I was just coming by this college, just feeling envy, like what age and time you are in. And just some years back, I was like sitting with like this, and most probably at the back. So it's really nice to see this. So what I thought I should say here is that what wisdom I did not have when I was sitting there, And after 9 years of experience, what I have learned being in the industry. So what I think is most crucial is uh, that when you're like most of the students when they're sitting there, they think like it is end of the world. Like if they get the internship, not don't get the internship, they're like in that too much pressure. And but when you go in the industry, like when you go in the professional world, there are lot of opportunities. The world is full of opportunities. But that pressure that like students feel at this time is really not rational. So first that thing. Second, just what an internship is for. It is not for earning money, right? You will earn money. There's a long time for that. Internship is to find your interest, what you like. So that is very crucial. You might get into something which you don't like, but you have to do that thing for 40 years. But if you can find the right internship which matches with your interest, and you can figure that out by trying internships like what you like, then that's very crucial. One approach is that there is a market. There's a lot of boom in AI right now. It could be something like biotechnology some other time, some other technology some other time. But if you can figure out through an internship what you like, then that can be a boon for you. So I can talk about AI and things like that. But is any one of you figured out like what you like doing in your career without? What's your kind of what do you yeah just what kind of work you like? Yeah, it's just that always in the classroom there's just one person who always answers all the questions. So I just want someone else to answer it. Thank you, but yeah, I just want someone else to participate, please.
Or anyone can. I mean, we will ask someone to stand.
See, you have to. Yeah.
Front row. Yes.
Yeah.
So your original question was, have we figured out what we are trying to do or what our interest in?
What your career interest is, yeah.
Right. So I guess I am not wrong in saying this that we have lived through the era of ChatGPT has a star in the eyes for being for creating something like that, right? Being working with generative AI. I mean, talking about me personally. So working with generative AI and exploring different deep learning techniques to solve one problems or problems that can help people, stuff like that. So, I mean, you are the perfect candidate for it to explain to guide us through.
Yes. So got it. Thank you. Does anybody have like another interest as well? Like honestly, like, what is your interest? What do you want to work in? I just want to hear diverse thoughts. Mm-hmm.
Like to study networking and I'm at university in and Bolivia is also a growing field nowadays, and we have a vast career.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm really
Mm-hmm. Sure.
very like to go. So my name is Ravinaki. I am from Internship here. There is also saying that if everyone is doing agriculture, sell tools. So if everyone is interested in AI, so one must be doing ML also.
Yes. Mm-hmm. So everyone, it's not about what one should be doing, like what is in demand, but what you like to do, right? There will be demand for that. You will eventually get good at it, right? Yeah. 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 Please.
This blockchain.
Mm-hmm.
So I somehow have used all of these into one dynamic project because I feel like all technologies are interdependent on each other.
Mm-hmm.
And everyone should at least know how the system works as a whole before you delve into deeper into modern actually and environment that also.
Mm-hmm.
So I feel everyone should experience or have a knowledge of it so that you can be aware and not take a chance.
take a look at, like, how you have said that 9 years ago you were also sitting like us, and then you specialized in doing something with the world of other market was doing.
Got it. So, how do you know like this is your interest?
I have done projects and also certification by watching like how Stanford videos. And
Naturally.
Naturally.
So, why I wanted to emphasize this is like looking back this 9 years, what I've seen like with my classmates is the guys who knew their interest early. One guy knew that their interest was networking. He went into Snowflake in US. He just did an internship in Snowflake. It is a cybersecurity company in very early times, and he also got the equity in that and all those things. So that was like he just knew like what Snowflake was doing, which is the right company to work for in your area of interest, which is the hottest company to work for in your area of interest. So you know these things when you are really interested in that. Another guy went to Facebook, so he used to develop games. He was interested in programming, and he used to develop games in college, right? So these kind of interests, we these kind of guys then make good careers. And then there were some people who who knew that they are not interested in technology at all, and then they went into management MBA. So figuring that out is really crucial. There could be pressure to kind of have a short term goal that you want some urgent kind of need, and then you go into something which you don't really like. But if you can figure out that okay, this is what you want, and you will go for that, that will be really like nice for your careers. Uh, Keeping that apart, so let's talk about what field I am in. So I am in AI. So we are building generative AI tools. So generative AI right now has I'll talk about a bit about generative AI, what it does. So it is to what it can create. It can right now create text. It can create audio. It can create video. It can create images as well, right? So all these things can be created by a computer. So there are different kind of deep learning algorithms in it and things like that. Uh, so we can talk more about that. So what we at Dynapta are doing is we are creating a customer support bot. So right now, if we call to any call center, there is an IVR. Press one for this, press two for this, press three for this, things like that. But this process can be automated, will be automated in very near future, when AI person will be talking, and then they would a lot of work would be automated, a lot of conversations would be automated, right? So that's there. So we are building that. We are also building an avatar interface for it, like a real person could like feel like they are talking here, thing like that. Yeah. So any questions? I never felt like I'll sound so boring actually. Looking at your faces. Yeah. No, I'm just joking. Yeah, please. I always like when a backbencher is speaking something. I just like it. Yeah.
There is someone there
Uh-huh.
standing up.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, mic there, please. So while we take the mic there, I just want to make an announcement. Mr. Harsh would like to take lead. So, token of gratitude to you from the School of Engineering and Technology. Sorry for the interruption. The mic is there.
Good.
Good afternoon. So my actually I was able to hear what you were saying just ago about
हिंदी में बोल सकते हो या हिंदी में बोल सकते हो
सर मतलब आप तो अभी कॉल सेंटर के बारे में बोल रहे थे कि like the Indian integrator AI, generative AI with the call center thing, and they can pick your call and then report according to that. So I was just मैं बिल्कुल सुन नहीं पाया था क्योंकि आवाज की थोड़ी कम आ रही थी तो बस उसको एक बार आप बता सकते हो जैसे भी यूज कर
Yeah, sure. So what I was saying was a lot of a lot of interactions in every field. So will be automated uh, after coming of Chat GPT, right? LLMs. So one industry that it would affect is uh, customer support industry, right? Whenever there is a product, suppose we call a bank card company, right? We want to block some card, or we want some information on that card, right? So we'll call a support agent at that time, and then there will be an IVR kind of a system, like press one, press two, press three, things like that. And that's a very cumbersome system to work with. Once we have an automated system there, it will feel like very natural that why did IVR even existed. So that technology is already there. It just needs to be improved a little bit to get into the enterprise level. So that's like one thing that will be. So we need to see like how the world is going to change. So that's one area that's going to change.
Sir, what about other कोई बंदा हिंदी में बोल रहा है और तमिल में कुछ भी वाला नहीं बोल रहा because not everybody speaks English and
तो आपने चैट जीपीटी में आप देखोगे तो वैसे वो मल्टीलिंगुअल है तो वो हिंदी भी समझता है
but sir इतना accurate नहीं होता मतलब I have tried this then
एक्यूरेट है बट उसकी कॉस्ट इफेक्टिव वाली प्रॉब्लम है कि उसको जो कॉस्ट इफेक्टिव जो इन्फ्रेंस है उसका उसके लिए इंडिक एलएलएम्स जो है वो डेवलप हो रहे हैं तो अभी ऑलरेडी कंपनीज हैं इंडिया में जो जिन्होंने इस पे काम स्टार्ट कर दिया है एंड वी आर आल्सो वर्किंग ऑन इट तो एक सिंपल तरीका होता है इसको करने का मतलब टेक्निकली दो तरीके से कर सकते हैं ये फर्स्ट है कि प्री ट्रांसलेशन पोस्ट ट्रांसलेशन कर दिया और एक और तरीका है कि जो फाउंडेशन मॉडल है उसी को नेटिव लैंग्वेज में ट्रेन किया राइट सो द सेकंड थिंग इज आल्सो हैपनिंग इन इंडिया राइट नाउ
okay thank you sir
thank you yeah
Any other question, please?
Good afternoon, sir. I'm Akshay from BTech. So my question is, why do we need automated customer support? And even if we need it, is it sustainable?
Yeah, so we need automated customer support because support is costly, right? So if it can be automated, it can be done cost in a cost effective way. And second thing is that support can be available 24/7, right? So that is why we need automated support because it's a more efficient way of doing things. What was the second part of the question?
So my second part was, is it sustainable? Because sir, when it comes to customer support, talking to a computer generative AI is difficult. Human can only understand what other human wants. What
Yes, yes. So there will be, it will not be like 100% automated. Say it is 40% automated, right? So in a company where like suppose there are 10,000 support persons, like if that 40% is automated, that's a big gain. Right? It will not be completely automated. There will always be a human, but the human will be for more difficult cases. Right?
Can you answer the mic there?
Good afternoon, sir. My question is that, as you mentioned for your customer care AI you're building, is it like targeting mostly like the customer is going to be on video chat like a theater, or is it like, can you just elaborate on that and then I have
Yes. Sure. So the medium could be anything. The customer can come through WhatsApp, they can come through a Slack, Teams, they can come through a web interface, they can come through an email interface, they can come through an avatar interface. So all these front ends can be supported by the same backend.
And sir, based on what you said, there is already like a CRM tool for Zero AI, if you've heard of it, from Tideo company. The same thing.
Yeah, so a lot of companies are doing this, and there's a huge market for this actually.
And so my second question is there any project that Dynap is doing in generative AI specifically, like LLM or anything?
Yes, yes. So we are doing a lot of projects in generative AI. So the research areas right now is there are limitations in RAG. If you've heard about RAG, retrieval augmented generation, so there are limitations in that. So we are experimenting a few innovative ways to overcome those limitations. And then there is on the avatar interface. So there's quality of avatars. So how lifelike it could feel and how efficiently it can be generated, like in a lightweight way. So in a cost-effective way and in a lower latency way. So we're working on that as well.
Thank you.
So if you would have seen about emo or things like that, it's just a tool to create like from a photo, a video could be generated.
Good afternoon, sir. The question I would like to ask is how far are companies starting with AI compared to that companies like ChatGPT? And if these companies decide to get into fields like customer interaction and customer care calls, how much time would it take for companies like open source to defeat other companies? And I would like to ask what's the difference in the line of code in the code of chat softwares like ChatGPT and the software that you are building? And how much time would it take for your software to get to the platform or the level ChatGPT is at?
So there are multiple layers in generative AI. First is the hardware layer, right? That hardware layer is being supplied only by NVIDIA right now, right? Then there is a, a platform kind of this layer where a foundation model is built, which is like ChatGPT, Claude, Llama, Mistral, these layers, okay? And on top of that, there's an application layer. Like using these softwares, we build an application, right? To build a chat GPT say 3.5, it is like very costly. The training, the hardware costs for it are like super expensive, right? So, but Indian companies are working on it right now.
What is the difference between the line of code written by the companies like open source and the line of code written by a starting company and in a particular field?
Line of code?
Yes, sir. The size of the software.
See, the size of the software doesn't matter. The quality of the responses from that model.
But the line of code does matter. So what's the difference in the line of code? Basically, what is the time required by the employee to create a software of that capability compared to a company start?
It is not about only the software. It is also about the how to train it and the data, how to prepare the data to train the model. And it's also a lot of IP in it. So it's just not a very kind of a solved kind of deterministic thing like how like how it can be created.
If we are able to create a foundational level for AI, so then we have to basically provide software with data. The amount of data we put into, the better the AI gets.
Yes.
So software companies like OpenAI have the same access to data that other companies have. So why is it?
It's not like that. So they were working. They have spent billions of dollars for like 10 years when there was no success, right?
Yes, sir.
So that kind of they have gone through a process. It's not an overnight success. So it takes time, right?
And
Any other question?
the question is, what type of project would we be got if we are running a company?
Yes. So I spoke about like we are having two research projects right now. One is to overcome the limitations of RAG. It's retrieval augmented generation. So if you heard about it, like it's kind of an open book exam for LLMs. So there's a new technique that has come RAG, retrieval augmented fine tuning. So we are working on that. And another one is we are also working on to create an avatar interface. So avatar is kind of, if suppose I can have an avatar and then that avatar can animate, and it's difficult to say it's like AI or real, right? So we're working on that. And another thing we are working on is like voice cloning. So the voice can also be cloned, and it can sound like a real person. So we're working on that as well.
So my second question is, since especially in AI, every technology that coming up becoming almost obsolete in 6 months. So how is Dynamics keeping up with that rapid changes?
It's difficult, to be honest. So it's difficult. It's overwhelming. But slowly and slowly, kind of everything, something new comes. Any new technology that comes, it feels kind of, after a point of time, it feels kind of mundane. Very soon, like in 2 3 months, something like that, 1 year, it feels like kind of the a normal thing. It gets normalized. So ChatGPT now has got normalized a lot, I think, maybe.
What would be behind this voice coding and all?
Yes, yes, sure. So voice cloning, the purpose of voice cloning is many creators create their video uh, and put it on social media, YouTube, Instagram, these places. So if voice can be cloned, uh, then uh, then they can create their videos at a very low cost very effectively and put it there. Another use case of voice cloning is, suppose someone wants to send a personalized message to say their name, something like that. Then that name can be changed. Say someone wants to say happy birthday, Anju, like say, fine. Some person, like anyone, like so then that can be that part can be automated, kind of like. And another part is, suppose there's an avatar interface and they want an experience where it sounds like a real themselves they are talking. Then that can also be used. Another area is singing, music. Suppose music can be created using just text. And the person doesn't even need to sing that. So these are the some of the use
It is
cases.
getting misused also. A lot of the cyber crimes are getting.
Yes, yes. So we need to now have regulation over it as well. Yes, yes. So there is the regulation that a consent is needed to use that voice. That is definitely.
Uh, so, like, suppose you're interviewing a potential candidate, what will you be looking for? What are the requirements for
Yes.
Dynamics?
So in tech, what happens is there are two things at an intern level. First is it is a problem solving skill. Say general programming, right? In the general programming, there's a simple programming question. So that is kind of like a necessity. Another part then is the I'll say the current knowledge or interest, something little bit, things like that. That's it, not much.
Like, not too much into the mathematics. Okay.
Not really, because see, as you said, the things are changing very fast, right? So whatever, if there is that problem solving skill is there, someone knows basic Python, right? Little bit, and have a little bit understanding of machine learning, then they can learn on the job and implement the.
Okay, so to summarize, it's basic programming questions, or programming question, and then knowledge of machine learning or modern whatever.
Yes, that's it. That's it.
Thank you.
And if there's some sign of, like, say, interest, say someone has, say, that's kind of not really required, but really adds on. Like if someone has, say, built a YouTube channel or say some blog, something like that, then that gives a real, uh, kind of this thing to the interviewer, like more, I don't have the right word, but it becomes easier for the interview to evaluate in that like small time that the person knows this and has interest in it. So interest is also important.
Let's say I have paid projects to track this does that give me an edge?
Vaibhav, can you please
No,
bring
no.
that?
That is right now like kind of an I'll say ABCD sort of. So it requires something more advanced. And also it really helps if someone knows front end as well, right? Because if someone knows front end, like full stack, then they can create the website as well, right?
Front end and React.
Yeah.
Is there any particular technology you're
If suppose someone can create their own website and post it, right? That you can upload this document and then use this document or something like that. It will do a simple OC or something like that. That become very easy to showcase it.
Right.
Or maybe like a YouTube video of the demo of that thing. That's how it works.
Good afternoon, sir. Rajesh Jolly from 6th. Sir, you have spent 5 years in IIT 9 years ago. So from there on to head of AI. So do you still use mathematics or you do only the plain coding by going through documents?
I don't. I have never used mathematics actually. Not a lot. So as you see, like our colleges are not perfect, right? But it's kind of it's the same at IIT as well, right? So we need to kind of do what the industry requires and just find your interest, like what interest is it is we have, and like internet is the primary knowledge source, right? So mathematics, as I said, I didn't use it much, I think.
Can you recommend some resources that you use for updating yourself on things like RAG?
Yeah. On RAG, particularly RAG, you are saying?
Yes.
Yeah. So there was an entry energy course. I think it was on deeplearning.ai or something like that. So there I learned this.
So as you mentioned, if someone has made some blog or YouTube channel. So my question is it not a negative point that why would you hire someone who has a YouTube channel? You will always have higher risk of losing that employee.
See, you don't have to be hired by every employer. If someone wants to hire an employee who is say very subdued or that kind of personality, then you don't need to get hired by them. You just need to be hired by one company, and you should be in a position to choose where you want to work for, right? And if you are interested and you are working in that field like that, you will be easily be able to choose where you want to work for, and companies will be like competing for you to hire you. You don't need to be like that.
Afternoon, sir. Myself, Farhan. So, when you were conversing with Lakshay, you said if the automated chat support will be 40% and 60% human, right? And it will only be escalating when the situation is to the extreme. So, what criteria will be taken into consideration to say that the situation has been uh, converted to extreme? Like, because the problem may seem small to the algorithm, but the same problem may be much bigger to the human. So in that case,
So what happens is in those cases there's always a fallback button, right? So there's an IVR call. The person, if it doesn't want to talk to an AI, can always dial 9 and can then talk to a human then and there.
and what if it's stuck in an automatic loop?
How will it get stuck in automated loop? So if person there's a hard control, they can talk to
Yeah, in that case, it's possible sometimes by talking to the AI.
yeah, in AI they have a fallback. So AI will get perfect over time. So all the test cases will be solved, like model will be retrained and all those things. But there will be a hard set fallback as well. They can always use that emergency button sort of.
I think
Yeah.
because of paucity of time, we may
Sure,
have
sure.
today.
Thank you so much.
Sorry, I think the questions were going on and on, and we are going to take this forward as well. We may be having some online sessions as we proceed with the drives and the next step for the organization. organization, for every organization, and there you can ask questions. So, dear students, with this, we come to an end of today's session. We were waiting for other two speakers to come online. I think they are needing some more time, but then I think we'll just drop that and take it as an online session later on. But what we have now is that just for 5 minutes, I would like to invite Mr. Sahil Bhutani. Are you online? Yeah. So you can.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Sahil, yeah, great. Mr. Sahil Bhutani, thank you so much for joining. I'm not sure how many of you know him already. Anyone knows Mr. Sahil Bhutani? Amazing. Okay. Can Vaibhav tell us who is Sahil Bhutani?
I had the pleasure to work with Sunani about in August release, and he handles the startups in the incubator. So he's basically the manager of all the companies. You know.
Okay, so he's happy to hear that he's manager of all the companies there. Yeah, so he is actually manager at Amity Innovation Incubator. You can see at the background, and I can see 4 or 5 students from the 6th semester who have already worked there. Yeah, and thank you. Vaibhav is from 2nd year, and it is so good to know that he has also worked with him. So, dear students, now here is something very important for you: an ecosystem that exists within this campus, Amity Innovation Incubator, and Mr. Sahil is taking a lead role at that incubator. Incubator, as you all know, is to incubate your idea. If you have any idea, you can work on it and get it incubated. Of course, all the terms and conditions can be discussed with Mr. Sahil. Why I have invited him is that tomorrow is an exclusive day which we have given to Amity Innovation Incubator. They have lot many startups. You know, I am not the right person to tell you the count. We will hear from Mr. Sahil. The startups take in turns every month, not even year. Month on month, they have requirement of interns. So what better could it be to explore our own ecosystem within our campus where you get to work for the startup which is getting incubated in your very own university. So with that note, may we welcome Mr. Sahil Bhutani to tell us the brief and add in the excitement for tomorrow's session where you are going to be interacting with several startups, and of course there will be some drive also that is planned in tomorrow right here in this at this venue. So over to Mr. Sahil, and thank you for joining.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for a very warm welcome. So before I tell them a little bit about the incubator, the startups, I'll just share my screen wherein I have a couple of videos. So first, I'll take them through where exactly they'll be working at the incubator. Just walkthrough of the incubator, and then we have a quick 5-minute video wherein we'll just give them a glimpse of the kind of startups we have, and obviously I'll give them a brief about how many startups would be there tomorrow. So I'll just share my screen. Please let me know if my screen is visible.
Yes, your screen is visible.
Right,
but
just
it's gone now.
just give me a minute.
So while he's sharing his screen, he is one amongst us. He is alumni of Amity School of Engineering and Technology. So that again calls for a big round of applause. Where he's managing startups, and he has so many ideas. He has started investing for that matter.
Right.
Yes, Sahil.
So ma'am, is my screen visible now?
Yes.
Yes. So I'll just give you a walkthrough of the entire facility we have for the startups. Basically, the office where most of you would be working during the internship. So we're actually located at the M block inside the university campus. So this was basically the office space where most of you, whoever gets a chance to work with the incubator or any of the startups would get to work. So basically, currently we have openings for internship at the incubator. Apart from that, we've lined up roughly about 10 to 12 startups, and we're trying to add more startups for tomorrow. So the challenge currently which we're facing is that there is an event going on in Bharat Mandapam, which is one of the largest events, 3-day event, which concludes tomorrow. And the reason most of our startups would be there at the event because our Prime Minister, Mr. Narendra Modi, is going to address the gathering tomorrow at 10 a.m. So that is one challenge which due to which most of our startups may not be able to make it, but we're still trying to get them to address you and interact with you virtually. So currently, I'll just brief you a little. We have a few a startup, who are manufacturing drones, and one of their co-founders is one of India's first drone pilots who started this venture. So they'll be there tomorrow, to interact with you. So whoever is interested in learning how to manufacture drones, work on drones, even get to know how to make drones which are readily which can readily be used in the, let's say, for our forces, or delivering medical packages. So they've actually done a few MOUs, and they're also issuing certification. They're also doing certification courses for students to learn about drones, and do a proper certification course. Apart from that, we have a few startups in the AI space. One of them is by two of them is by our Amity students. So we have one of them is this Genie AI, which is basically kind of leveraging the open AI's chat GPT, and they have different use cases wherein you can ask the chatbot to create different creatives, help you write essays, and basically cater to different marketing problems of startups, because we understand that startups initially have lean budgets in terms of marketing, and they do not even have enough resources. So whatever content curation is required for posting on different social media platforms, that is their that is the current problem they're trying to solve. The other one is basically Lia plus AI. It is by the students of Amity University, Gurugram. They've already been funded by Amity, and they've also raised a scale up fund. So they're basically helping different universities with the education counseling. They're currently in talks with closing deals with Amity University, a couple of universities based out of Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. The other startups we have is again, one of them is into precision farming, that is AgroEdge, AI AgroEdge. One of our Amity alumni who graduated, and I think either the year 2021, is the founder of Prospere. So they're one of the first few companies, AI led HR hiring platform. So that is also a company which has been funded by. So these are the few companies which would be interacting with you tomorrow out of the current active portfolio we have. So currently we have about 82 to 85 active companies which are associated with the incubator physically and virtually. Apart from that, we'll also be inviting a few companies which Amity has invested in, and we'll have a detailed presentation about what is the role of an incubator. So we've been in the ecosystem since 2008, and we'll be happy to take all your queries, and our startup founders are looking forward to have a fruitful interaction with you tomorrow. So I think we start at 10 a.m. tomorrow morning, ma'am, if I'm correct.
Yes. So
Right.
what?
Sorry, ma'am.
Yeah, can you please announce the calendar? You will be
Right.
here by
So
10.
we'll probably be reaching the venue by 9:30, 9:40, along with the startup founders. So the first session would be, delivered by me, wherein I would be giving them an overview about the incubator, a brief portfolio of our startups, and then followed by one or two representative from each of the companies who would be interacting with the startups tomorrow.
Okay, Sahil, one more thing that you may want to let the students know, the registration process and other things, how you are going to take it forward.
Right, ma'am.
Very
So,
organized process, yeah, please.
right. So basically, we'll have a common link which is internship.amityincubator.com. We'll share the link with you tomorrow morning during the session. Even in between when the startups are interacting or whenever there is a time for a breather. So we'll probably put up that QR code. It is a single link wherein all the job postings would be listed. So all you have to do is just enter your details. There would be 4 to 5 details which would be required: your name, enrollment number, year, and the course you're doing, and your resume. And you can simply apply for whichever company you want to apply for internship. And during the course of next, I think 10 to 15 days, the startups would interact with you. So they'll have their individual processes of screening and shortlisting of candidates, and then the final list would be shared with the CRC department for joining.
The last question that we would like to know from you, like, are we having any internship drive upfront tomorrow as well after the briefing part?
Ma'am, so ideally, since the strength of students would be a little, so we have, I think we were expecting roughly close to 300, 400 students to be a part of the drive. So technically, that may not be possible. But in case if any of the students wishes to interact with the founders one on one, that can happen, or in a group that we can do it, because the founders would be at the venue for some time. So even after they're done with their pitching, the students are free to interact with either the team or the founders.
Okay, so thank you so much, Mr. Sahil. I think students, do you have any questions? Yes? Any question? Okay, you don't have any questions, so thank you so much. Thank you, Sahil. We look forward to meet you tomorrow. We
Right, ma'am.
start
I'll just
at around 10:15.
I just have one. I just have one final thing to say. So so some of you might know that the incubator and the startups also offer paid internship. So whoever gets selected for the internship, either with the incubator or the startup, after they're done with their mandatory internship of 6 to 8 weeks, based on your performance, there is an opportunity for you to get a paid internship after that. And most of our startups would also be happy to hire you as early as possible after your college is over, or if there is if they would like to hire you on a part-time basis as well. So that option is available. And as I speak, whatever technology we've developed in-house at the incubator has been done by students of Amity School of Engineering and Technology, and most of them have secured paid internship with the incubator. And there are a few students who came to us in, let's say, 2019 to 2020, and even after they graduated from Amity, they're currently working with different organizations. They still are working with the incubator on a part-time basis, and on a paid basis, and they're still working with the incubator on our projects. So that is the kind of ecosystem we've created, and they're also mentoring few of our startups in their respective domains.
Great. So that calls in for a great applause for what our Amity Incubation Center is doing. And dear students, this again is a proof of for thought for all of you. You have the ecosystem well within your campus, inside the university boundary, and it is the right time. You have so many new technologies coming in: make in India, made in India, local, vocal, local, vocal for local. so many opportunities, so many schemes that government is promoting. I think there is no better time than this. You know, you can think for yourself, intern here and incubate your own company there. So that's a great opportunity. So having said that, once again, I will repeat the process of the drive that we are going to conduct basis whatever briefing we have done till now is you are going to get the registration form as explained yesterday as well. Even after OHSL interaction I have explained, you all are going to get the registration link. You have to register there, and post that, we'll keep you informed about how the company is going to take this forward. We are going to start this upfront tomorrow. The registration link for all the companies that you see here and additional to this, you will be receiving this registration link, and post that, kindly fill as per the deadline. We are not going to open any link even once. So that's a warning to all of you. Kindly fill, because that's one of the elimination criteria. If you are not serious, you miss the opportunity. Okay, because here, as Sahil also pointed out, 400 students, it's going to be a great number for any organization. So there is going to be elimination criteria. So first elimination criteria is from us. If you miss the deadline, you are gone. Okay. So keep an eye. Announcements will start coming in starting tomorrow. Announcement from Amity Innovation Incubator is also going to be in your place of communication. That could be WhatsApp or your email. You have to do the registration there. And once the briefing of Amity Innovation Incubator is done, next 2 days you are going to hear a lot about the internship drive that we are going to commence. Of course, first one being Tech Mahindra. Then we are also going to be talking about OHSL, because these two have announced already the number of openings they have shared with us. And post that, other companies that are here already, which do have a little number of requirement, but then we have many such companies. So together we have a lot of openings. So keep eyes and ear open. That's my request. So with that note, once again, thank you all for joining us. And thank you, Mr. Chubak, for being there with us. Thank you, Mr. Sahil. We look forward to meet you tomorrow. Before we close, can we request Professor Dr. Pandey sir to kindly put down a closing remark? Sir.
I think already a lot of things discussed now, a lot of things given to you. Now, tomorrow, today onward, next tomorrow, your actual selection will be started. And all these companies, OHSL and Tech Mahindra and all, and many more, they will be coming and doing the analysis, assessment, interview and all. They are going to select you. And I'm thankful to Mr. Sahil. I think he has been introduced to you, our own alumni. And now you see the confidence he is handling, he is taking care of the complete incubator. If you go there someday, it's very near to you. And the type of opportunities he has around is really his work. Because you can continue that job, even continue your education as well. I mean, that flexibility is there. I mean, if you are being selected there, paid internship where you are getting salary also. So that you can continue even with your academics also. They will arrange the timing like that. Because very near. So be serious in that sense. You will have, the moment you will go out of the campus, you will have an experience of working experience of maybe 4 to 5 or 6 months. And that will be a unique experience, a unique addition to your profile. So whatever we have discussed here is a unique opportunity that you are going to get. Even other internships also, we are trying to get to do it in a paid way, where you will get some salary also, internship also, salary in internship, during internship also, and in otherwise as well. Because the experience you will gain will be unique. That will add value to your education, that experiential learning that you are doing right now, and many more. So these all and many more. As I told in the beginning itself, 7 days will be beginning, and we will be close this whole session in the month of April last. So you have almost 1 month to go. And these all bridging that is being done, these bridging are part of every selection process. And you should be used to all these bridges. And whenever these companies, hope you may remember these companies, whichever being done, remember that. What are their offerings? What are their products? What are their customer base? All will be part of your interview. So that's why in the beginning itself we ask you be alert, attentive, question, ask as many as questions possible, and be interactive as well. So this will be adding a new platform for you when it will be extended till your job. And you know that immediately after your this semester, we are going your selection process for job as well. In the month of August, we are starting. You are, remember that? Hope you remember this. So August is not very far. August first week we will start your selection process for job. So be ready. Keep this motto on. And I must say that we have lots of expectation from this group, this section, this batch. And keep it up. We are here. We will groom you. We will guide you. We will assist you in every step that you can expect. But we need that your cooperation in this should be there. Because at the end, it's a matter of your career only. So these all are part of your learning, as I told. You do not always do the assessment what you are gaining out of it. That gaining part you have to think of. Expertise, experience is available in front of. As like this, is all the class. And tomorrow, if you will discuss with Mr. Sahil, he is very smart person. And he is very fast, he learn fast, he act fast. Interact with him. Ask as many as questions with him. He has a huge experience after that. And he is the boss of many CEOs of startups. See, this is the career progression which you can expect for you as well. The requirement is only sincerity, seriousness. Some students, those who will not understand the seriousness, who will still look towards their phones, which I can say right now, they are definitely will suffer after some time. I'm telling you because I'm telling as per the experience of so many batches they gone out of this campus of so many years. We now this is the unique time you during these 2-3 days is really unique. You all have got potential. Now the time is just push yourself. Push yourself within inside and see the difference. See the difference and see the career span for you. We are here for you. We are here to bring you, to give you the Google, the Microsoft. All Microsoft and all are coming, Infosys. All you have interacted before. And many more. Your preparation will be at the end better and lot. So with this, all the best once again. And tomorrow morning onward, your actual selection will start. How you perform. Again, I am telling you, every company, every startup, those who are going to come for selection, they have limited number of requirements. This reality you kindly accept. Do not understand that if you are not being selected in one company, don't dishearten yourself. You are equally capable, you are equally available in nature. However, 7 means only 7. A lot of combination and permutation will matter at that point. Alright? So, सुबह पूजा पाठ करके आना पड़ेगा. ठीक है? so that at least वो वाला एंगल से निकल जाए, क्या पता, ठीक है? So all now you must have seen lot of movies in the past, no? क्यों? तो जब एग्जाम से पहले और उससे पहले सब आप लोग करते हैं ना, स्टार्ट करो सब करना करते हैं, ठीक है? गुड, ऑल द बेस्ट.
Motivation. We would now like to say that, yeah, of course, celebration is the best part that we would be doing it. Just wanted to let you know, Athens Inc. is having offering of internship in cybersecurity space. GV Custom IoT Device Manufacturing is having internship in IoT and the smart technology space, and Marksman Technology is having complete information technology space. So they are doing all programming. So it's kind of product building and programming space. So we wrote more information, but just that we could not hear from them. So I thought of letting you know that we have received the internship requirement from them. So yeah, thank you.
We would now like to felicitate our industry speaker, Mr. Shubham Mehta, sir, with a memento as a token of gratitude as we thank him for his presence here with us today. I request Dr. Professor Manoj Kumar Pandista and Professor Dr. Madhuri Kumari ma'am to felicitate him, and Dr. Natasha Steele ma'am.
So students, now. So thank you, a long day, but fruitful day. Thank you for being there, and we meet you again tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock at the same venue. Thank you. Yeah, students, attendance is waiting for you, please. That's the most important part. जल्दी बोला attendance बोल रहा है कि चले गए होते So here you go. Mark your attendance if you have to really be taken. You know, this is going to be your filter. जल्दी 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 इधर आ जाओ हो गया
Are you scanning? Google Lens नहीं लिंक पे या पेटीएम
Okay.
तो ये जो 20 वाले दिए वो कितना आएगा
हाँ कितनी ज्यादा ओपन रखी यार उनको वहां से देखती
तुमने सुनाई भी नहीं दे रहा था मैं देख नहीं चाहता हूं बोलते कि हम सुनाई नहीं दे रहा और हम सुनना भी नहीं चाह रहे ये बोल रहे रात
आशीष गया वो कहाँ गया
कहाँ है वो स्कैनर? एक बार दे दीजिए, 2 बच्चों को यहाँ आके करो, पब्लिश नहीं करेंगे, यहाँ आके करेंगे, जिनको नहीं हुआ यहाँ आके इसमें करो।
और मैम
क्लियर है ना तुम्हारा क्लास का?